Radiant team ban.
How old he is. But yeah, so team of young talent here. Of course, OG a little bit more established. Stormstorm has been around for a while. He's been on the TI main stage, and you would expect that experience to carry through. But Monkey King ban in the first phase. That's not that list of first phase bans that we've become used to seeing.
Dire team ban.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
I speak for the trees.
It is nice as well because you can flex it, but I not only am I a little surprised that they let the TA stay in, I'm a little surprised that you're not first picking the puck. Yeah, you know, it's a weird, puck, he's this maneuverability here. He can be countered by so much control, but with how puck is feeling right now, it does very much feel like a first pick. Well, maybe not a first ban here, but certainly like a first or at least an early pick hero. So banning it out, Profit's nice. You can flex it to the 1 or the 5, maybe the 4 if you're feeling spicy. There is that, but yeah, I'm with you. I mean, just pick the TA, right? If you're gonna try to get a carry early.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
I saw a pro game with it was a Dazzle 2. It was some Eastern European team. It might have been no one. I don't think it was no one. Anyway, we are seeing Dazzle Core. Like I know we're talking about how bad it looked with Fade yesterday, but we are starting to see Dazzle Core a little bit more in a couple different games. And I wish I could actually like list the game that he played it on. So maybe there is something happening here in scrims that it is. We are starting to see some like really good Dazzle results. I'm not buying it just yet, but clearly the teams are seeing this behind the scenes.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Queen of Pain. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
So Willow's going to be the next hero coming out. Days as Willow has looked great in the tournament, the games that we've seen thus far. And it's just, yeah, as you're talking about it, it's strong, it's inoffensive. I do have a question for you, Rojo, because I'm not totally sure on this. Sonic Wave, is that a bunch of different damage instances, or is it like one big 400 damage pure instance?
5 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I guess also if you think this is going to be a Prophet, not a Prophet 1, so like a Prophet 3, Prophet 4, they build a relatively early spirit vessel, and that eventually, yes, you know, you can get a Satanic, you can get a BKB or something on the Huskar and you know, purge off the vessel. But up until that point, if you get a Prophet that has like a 15-minute vessel or something, they're going to be making this Huskar's life very difficult if that's what you decide to go for, right? If this is a Huskar counter pick to Ember, so you... Yeah. Yeah, fair.
Radiant team
oh yeah.
pick.
Warrior.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So why Lion versus Shadow Shaman that's still in the pool then? They give the similar amounts of control.
Dire team ban.
Enigma.
Mm-hmm.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
So Yellow Submarine thinks this is a Prophet 5, by the way. They're banning out Terrorblade. They're banning out some other carry. I'm going to assume the about a minute left of time total that they have here. I know you said you really don't like that 5 Prophet. You much prefer this to be something as a... Yes. What a wild world we live in where the last ban from Yellow Submarine is TA. It's just... you know, TBT, I feel like seeing TB kind of as a later ban is not the craziest thing, although we do see it earlier. But yeah, no, TA at the end is wild. And OG, well, they got 15 seconds. They're looking for an offlaner. I think they have this read that this is a mid quap.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Is there a world, because we sometimes see this very occasionally. Is there a world where this is a 4 ember chain? I mean, obviously it seems like we're seeing chain gang more and more, but is this a world where this is like a 4 ember?
5 seconds remaining.
No.
You may now select your heroes.
Yeah, no BKB piercing stun. I guess technically, if you go get the Ags on Centaur, you can go and like pick Bottega up out of the edge of the black hole and maybe get away, but otherwise that's a difficult thing. So yeah, Mixa, if you can get the BKB black hole, play that like refresher big team fight ability. Obviously, you know, you're getting some small aura item first, but that BKB blink black hole setup is going to be very good if you get what you need. I mean, sure, if you only catch like maybe one and he enrages and the damage isn't there, but yeah, no, I mean that's how Enigma kind of always works. You were right though, by the way. It's gonna be Days on the Windrunner, Lullis on the Willow, and Chad that position 1 Nature's Prophet. So you said the late game should go to OG with Mixa, right, with the black hole BKB, all that nonsense. What a Yellow Submarine have to do?
Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I forgot. Oh boy.
Prepare for battle.
Beast bomb.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Don't get outpaced. Make sure you got the damage that you need to find. And well, Ursa in the late game, that burst you were talking about, potentially very strong, especially if Hakoda is able to go and get himself a couple Fist of Death stacks early and, you know, have some fun with that one. But on the other side of things, right, this is that kill combo that you talked about, and it's gonna be interesting to see whether they can start to find what they need. For now though, late smoke out of Yellow Submarine and OG as well. As I swear we see this happen like every single game, and the amount of times it turns into a kill is 1 in 20 maybe. It's very uncommon.
The battle begins.
Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Yeah, certainly if you can get them down before they split, it is a significant deal in this game. And yeah, you talk about the range. We're seeing some of these Eidolons poke down just a little bit as MRLS kind of shooed away out of here. You know, I'm paying attention to this bottom lane a little bit because you were talking about this lion interaction. Spends the first, oh, okay. That was level 1. If you're giving away like the first blood level 1, that's gonna be pretty rough. Yeah, these power shots, it's so hard to like figure out the math. It's like, oh well, you know, it's carry the 1, maybe he'll die, maybe he won't, but Salve's gonna bring him back up for now. And you know, you were talking about this ability to earth spike down the Eidolons and kill them off before they split. We haven't really seen that happening that much this game, and in fact, in general, Stormer he's trying to get on top of Morella here, but he's getting punished by this pretty hard. He died and he's back again, and he's actually taking down, doesn't have flame guard for another 4 seconds. He's actually taking down very well. This, yeah. Oh, Chad, north side, MRLS, 1 more hit, maybe 2. Will die, but we'll be able to get MRLS first, and now Infernal has to run away just a little bit. These lanes are not going the way OG would have liked them to go.
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Oh no, not again. No. Man, it's funny, you talked about, yeah, you talked about this mid matchup, about how realistically it should be good for Ember. You just slayed a fist as I don't think any Eidolons died there. I think they timed out right at the very end, but you talked about how you can go as nice attempt there from Daze to get the power shot onto the co-op, but not quite gonna happen. You just go and you slide a fist the dagger and you're fine. Morella has been waiting. Every single time there's a sleight of fist for CS, immediately the dagger goes down afterwards. And for whatever reason, Stormer's not holding the sleight of fist to be able to dodge the dagger, so we're just seeing him show up and get immediately dagger down with a level 2 dagger, and it's just, every time he shows up, he has HP, and then he doesn't, and it happens very quickly.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
Going for the second kill. Now Slate of Fizz buys a little bit of time. Storm's so low, deny worthy. He's gonna fall down. Daze looks for the power shot, not gonna hit either. Morelle, 1 more hit, will fall down. So at least you get the trade and the water rune, not bad. But it's a second death in the Ember Spirit early. He doesn't have a lot of CS either. It's a bit of despair for our good friend Stormer. Malefic's doing a lot. Great shackle as well, trying to body block for the power shot, so it didn't kill Bottega, but even still, damage is there. Earth Spike buys some space, and looks like he will get out of here. Nice play, actually, from Hakoda, making sure that he was in front of the power shot the entire time, so it does a little bit less damage. That actually probably made the difference between whether Bottega lived or died.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
3 heroes mid from Yellow Submarine. Scans going down everywhere, and it's going to be a shield rune bottom, so not a great big playmaking rune, but it will give Morelli a lot of power, you know, if you get ganked on, or maybe you can try to dive in something a little bit later. So again, 6-minute rune's going to go the side of Yellow Submarine. That at the very least should buy, actually, Morelli is already here on level 6. So the next question is whether we see some invasions into the Wisdom Shrines, because that's coming up in about 20-30 seconds from, or 40-30 seconds from now. And certainly, as long as you have boots, which at least Stormstormer does, both Ember Spirit and Quap are these heroes that do have the ability to try to make that happen if they want to. Shad TP's in. Can they get more, though? MRLS, he's going to find himself slowed down. Malefist, he's going to buy some snowball time onto Daze, though. And okay, nice job there, making sure the teleportation doesn't happen. He's dead. And Lelis, where did he go? Back. That was a little bit of a milquetoast teleportation there, Lelis. TPing back to your tower that is like 100 units away, so you can make sure you get the 7-minute shrine after you wipe out the lane anyways. You know, it's fine. It's okay. That's not a 70-second cooldown. It's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Dire's middle tower is under control.
Yep, Lelis is dead, but you gotta be worried about the change from Morelli. Stormstormer, does he have the cooldown in 1 second? Morelli gets out just in time, and well, chains aren't gonna hit on Hakoda either. Stormstormer slights no chains. I don't know if he had the, no, yeah, he did have the mana for it, so both heroes get out. It takes a lot of damage here. Has to run. The Soothing Sprout's actually doing a lot to keep him alive. And here comes the Storm Spirit as well. They got to get out of here. Shad looks like he's going to maybe tick out to the Quap. But certainly first they take Infernal down. Actually, Shad, he's taking back home. He's fine. Not even going to tick out here. So big rotation from Yellow Submarine trying to dive on top of this Nature's Prophet. But everyone was there ready in time. He doesn't die. They get a kill. It's a little bit better. You're right. The early game was bad. Early game was really bad for OG, but certainly Stormstormer's making his way back into it.
Dire are scanning.
Not going anywhere.
Yeah, nice shackle. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You talk about this Centaur, right? And it's like, oh, he's really having a bad game. It really did look like it's okay. It's going to be Centaur versus Prophet. Centaur's going to get the Vanguard, and Prophet literally will not be able to touch him. You can nuke him down with Max Sprout, and that's something, you know, 265 damage a pop. But other than that, not really all that much. Is a lot of pressure now coming on this tier 1 mid, mixed of course with the Helm Dom, that little bit of certainly that extra pressure there. You got Eidolons as well, and as they try to TP into this, it does feel like you do need a core rotation. It cannot just be the supports trying to buy some space. And yeah, the tier 1 tower will fall down, and that pretty much completes Stormer's recovery. He was solo killed level 1, getting a little bit too anxious there. Died a little bit earlier on, but with some of the rotations, he's level 8, phase boots. He's got a regen rune in his pocket. He's about a third of the way there, maybe to his blade mail, and putting himself in maybe not a great spot, but he has recovered.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Yeah, for now, he's going to be able to cut through the trees. We have, yeah, Daze TP's in. So with the shackles a little bit more, he is a tanky boy, though. It does not take a lot, but okay, well, shackles and the sprout. Yep, and pan kill shot as well. He's going to go down, even with the meddling here of the boglets. So, Rojo, I don't know if you've ever played D&D, or I think that is the most common D&D experience. But importantly here, well, I hold that thought because Daze a little bit, yeah, okay, actually he's gonna be able to dodge things. Morelli has to get on out. Cursed Crown, gonna buy some space, but it doesn't look like they have what it takes to go and actually chase down. Mix is thinking about it, but I don't think they're gonna try. I mean, they're still getting aggressive here. Morelli does have a blink out, but Malefice, oh, he's gonna be fine. But Ember comes in as well, so yeah, okay, dodges that. Nice job there. Dodges the Earth Spike, and now they see Morelli. 5 seconds until the chains are ready to go. They're thinking about diving tier 2 here with the illusions. That feels a little bit dicey, but MRLS around the corner. They're going to find the slight chains on him once again. He's dead, and it does seem like Bottega, at the very least, is going to find his way out of here. But that's now tier 2 under threat. Shad on the north side, not really under that much pressure, just farming as well as he can. And I was a little surprised they dove the tier 2, but this is going to work out very nicely for them for now. But the Lion is TPing back in. They see it though. Daze is aware, and now they're gonna find this. Ursa's taking so much damage from the flame guard. Everything else has to pop the enrage, and now, well, you want to run. Yeah, he's. No, they're not gonna get him, but he is under significant threat. And oh, well, there we go. There comes Ult Shad. My goodness.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So much control, tons of damage, and it just, I mean, what they find you, it's maybe if you're Centaur, it's you're not gonna die, but other than that, it's gonna be very difficult. But I do, going back to what we were talking about just a second, well, I do have a second, because otherwise, it's gonna be worrying a hole in my head. I get so messed up by these boglets, by the tendrils of the deep, because in D&D there's a warlock spell called Arms of Hadar, which is effectively tendrils of the deep. So making sure I get the right, you get the right call is, I mean, it's griefing me so hard. Shad though, TPing on the north side, he's gonna find MRLS right here. Snowball buys a little bit of time. He can punch him as well, as he's just gonna go try to channel his way through, but that Stormer duo with our Windrunner, not gonna let it happen. Infernal with? Yeah, Yeah, they're not going to, though. And now getting on top. Now, you gotta be careful here. Stormer takes a lot of damage. They do have the burst, right? With the Finger of Death and the Sonic Wave. Daze has to get out of here as well, but gets run on top of. He's gonna fall down as well. Lelis shows himself, and the Earth Spike says, absolutely not. That's not allowed. Roll into the Shadow Realm briefly, trying to get a little bit of damage, but he should die at the end of this. There's the Walrus Punch. Triple kill for Morelle. All of a sudden, it's still a net worth lead, but this thing that was snowballing out of control for OG brought back down to earth just a little bit. Yeah, Blade Mail's gonna get popped, but you're not super. You can dodge a lot of the damage actually with this lineup. I mean, it's like, okay, well, the dragon takes some damage. Who cares? You can go Sleight of Fist, and yeah, so he will go down despite how tanky he is. And this should be the last tier one, really the last tier one tower going down for Yellow Submarine at this point. You got the Black Dragon, you got the Eidolons, they're all around, and
under attack.
Yeah, so this should just take that down. A lot more space now available for OG on the map as they, well, gotta go find Shad on the bottom side. That's not space. You talked about the burst damage that you can find. Well, tag team plus Ursa is a lot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Behold, a subtle bird.
Radiant's top tower is under
Chains
attack.
on him, roots. Nope, everyone TP's in, and it does force a reaction as Nakota's gonna go find Lelis here, but Chris Crown goes on top of him as well. Stormstormer has to get on out and runs away. Terrorize on top of everything. Very nicely done there. They're gonna go stun up Infernal as well. Shad finds his way, and MRLS is dead. Nothing to save him. Can they get more though? For now, yep, Slit Chains on top of the line are gonna be fantastic. They're looking for Infernal, thinking about it. Do we have any lockdown? Chains in one, not quite there, but now it's a second tier 2. OG is doing such a nice job this game at making sure to take these fights around key objectives. They took the tier 1 bottom after killing a couple. They're putting a lot of pressure tier 2 mid, and well, you have to see if they're actually gonna be able to kill it, but they're certainly pressuring for it. So you take the fights, you get the kill, you get the tower afterwards. Certainly worth doing. Is yeah, he's dead once again. This is supposed to be a tanky hero, Rojo. Not really.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's kind of funny, by the way. We're so used to seeing at this stage in the game the Prophet way far ahead of anyone else in the map, and that is true if we're paying attention to what Yellow Submarine does. But Mixa there, actually top of the net worth. He's been farming up a storm. He's 4-0-3. He's sitting here going, actually, I think a little surprising to me. He's going into his shard second item. I guess second major item. He's got Helm Overload. He's got Boots Blink. But he's going into that shard early, of course.
Never ends.
Go ahead.
Haste.
It is, but now that's gonna be Sonic Wave spent. They're gonna get on top of the line at the very beginning. He's dead. Can they get more though? Everyone's delta splitting, running away, TPing on out of here. MLS, he's gonna get caught, but Quap will get out, which is really the important bounty there, making sure that at least the Quap doesn't die. But You know, this is only level 2 Sonic Wave. There's no talent here. So this is a Quamp that's going to be 80 seconds before they can really have that burst damage once again. Look, Days was a big bounty. All things considered. He was 5-1 in something. He was having a great game, but still a bit of a cooldown there that you got to play around. Oh no. All right, on that 20-minute timing as well. So not only is it going to be Infernal, it's going to be this Tormentor. And well, if we take a look at the shards that are available, obviously you wanted to go to, well, I would say, I think obviously you wanted to go to the Windrunner, right? To be able to have the Gale Force available as, oh, there we go. Nice catch on top of Stormstormer. It's very difficult. Stormstormer needs a Lincolns to prevent that one, and you know that's not going to happen for quite a while, if ever. You really would rather just get a BKB. So that is always on the table if you can catch him looking. And this opens the world for a black hole. He's going to get it on top of 2, but immediately canceled it by Hakoda. Well done. Gets on top of Shad as well. That's the Aegis, but there's no one around to keep him safe afterwards. Days just has to run here. This is going to be 4, well, I guess technically 3 dead on the side of OG. Really working together with that Ember kill earlier. Yeah, 250 gold down the drain as well. I thought that was going to be a really nice black hole. Did not see Hakoda on the edge. Cancels it immediately. That could have been a really good fight for OG up until it wasn't.
Never refuse gold given.
At least you got a Yules on Lilith as well, which is arguably the best single item you can get against Ursa up until the point he gets his BKB. It's like you don't really worry about status resistance, so you can't enrage it off. It purges overpower, and it just gives you this really nice ability to go and just kite out this Ursa and make sure that he's not going to be the one that does the damage. But it's still Morelle, it's still Lion. Lion sitting here with 2 Finger of Death stacks, so a bonus 80 damage on top of everything else, and seems like we're going to be ready to go right now. But yeah, even if you are able to go control this Ursa, there's still, as you were talking about, a ton of magical burst damage coming out of specifically this Lion and this Quad.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that is that Shad really does feel like he needs a lot of defensive items. He got Maelstrom, right? You got the farming item, but then he went Hurricane Pike into BKB before going back for any sort of Mjolnir, which really is that item that starts to properly accelerate your farm even faster than, say, a Maelstrom does. But with all the magic damage and all the control and everything else that's been happening, he does feel like he does need that BKB. As a smoke out here from 4 as OG is going to break on both sides. Nice chains on top of the Tusk for now. Stormstormer is not even going to get stomped for the time being because Flame Guard means it's a really difficult kill. Certainly Blade Mail as well. And they commit this smoke. It breaks on everyone except for Morella here, the Quap in the mid lane. But he's just going to go and start to shove stuff in a little bit. Not really worried about things. Smoke breaks on both sides. No one dies, and we just reset.
Invisibility.
Bounty.
Yeah, not yet, I think is the answer. Certainly, Enigma is now. He's about 700 gold-ish away from that BKB. He's actually taking the greedy enchantment as well. So we talked about maybe lacking damage, right? We talked about, especially once the pipe and the crimson comes out. But this blink BKB black hole is uncounterable. The only way you can prevent it is A, killing the Enigma somehow, or just not letting it happen, making sure you stay split. So for now, Mixa just has to get on out of here. Very close to that BKB. He's not looking to take a fight right now. He wants to make sure that he gets that before anything in this smoke. Dakota is here bodyguarding Bottega a little bit, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to get much maximum. It's maybe going to get days or something. Yeah, okay, well, there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, for now, gets blinked on top of stunned Hex. He's not going to go down just yet. Somehow still survives. 3-2-man black hole, and it will be on top of Infernal. Tusk as well. But look at this. Infernal, once the BKB's done, damage isn't there. He has all of these auras, and he's just running it off. He may eventually die, not even. So that's a 2-man black hole. And now, a moment Bottega here gets the bash on top of Shad, but he will be forced to kite out for now. His BKB's now over. Malefice as well, trying to run him down. Do they have the damage? That's the question. And yeah, okay, well, I kind of sworn about the BKB. Now it's going to get popped defensively. Running away here. Infernal gets jumped up on top of by Shad. He will fall. And this fight that we saw the power of the auras, and then we saw the power of this continued engagement that OG was able to find once the BKB start to go down, once you start to kind of wear away at some of these resources. I was going to roar for now, so certainly this is something that Yellow Submarine are available, and with Centaur's up in 5, they do not have the TP available, though. The outpost has been claimed by OG, so they're running at it. Stormstormer out of the pit. Dave's going to go power shot on the high ground, trying to break any blinks, gets on top of our Tusk here, just really buys the space. I'm not sure they're, well, actually, no, they're going to get on top of Stormstormer here. Sonic Wave as well. Stormstormer is dead, but the Aegis is now going to go the way of Shad. Buys back straight into the fight here, does Stormstormer. And it looks like Yellow Submarine just interested in running, but they're going to go find Infernal on the rejoinder on the backside. So many auras, though. It's very hard for him to die. MRLS goes Snowball save, brings up to the high ground on the Ancients. Very nicely done there, but Shad's going to kill him off just the same. He's at the front of this fight, though. Bottega Northside takes down Daze, and Infernal is just this wall. Can't get through him. Bottega here here. Looks for the bash on top of Shad as well. The damage is being done, and Shad dead. Okay, Shad done. That's the Aegis down. A couple more Shadow Strikes going in. It will be a dead line. Morelle just has to get on out of here, but a buyback from Daze as well. That's 2 buybacks into this fight. They lose the Aegis. Looks like Infernal may fall victim at the end of things. He's going to try to run. He will get chained down once again, and doesn't matter how tanky he is, he does not have the defenses to get out. So 3 dead for the cost of 2 buybacks, and you get the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And sweet.
Yeah, well, man, Morelle does need level 20 now. I think is that you're sitting here, you got Ag Scepter, but getting up to level 20, 100 Scream of Pain on every single Shadow Strike proc. You can legitimately solo a good portion of this fight. There is, maybe we talk about the Ember being kind of tanky, and certainly Shad he's got it Scotty now, so there's 3,400 HP, but this is not the tankiest lineup. Just 400 damage nukes flying all over the place that's a great way of just really working this OG lineup down. Morelle goes in, gets the amp damage, but the bottle's not ready just yet. Taking a lot of damage here, continues to get chained up, but look at that snowball save buys time, and it was chasing down Stormstormer as well, so gets out of here. MLS gladly gives his life for this one. He's gonna die, but gladly gives his life for that one. Black hole on the right side though, on top of the Ursa, takes him mostly down. He will have to pop the Enrage, and this is just a getaway, runaway. Ursa's dead. Morelle, sure, fine, is able to survive this one, but the amp damage really to no avail. They get 3, and there's no tier 2 to stop him at this point here. Straight up onto the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's very hard for them to keep this one hero alive at. Oh, God. But for now, Daze gets a little bit low. Snowball's going to go straight in the middle of things. Terrorize is going to go force touch back, and Prop stays alive. Nice sonic wave, but it's a lot of damage into that blade mail, so you still got to get out of here. And Shad manning up here inside the base. TP's in, but okay, B tries to BKB TP out of here. That's going to be the Walrus Punch. So yeah, no, this is not what you want to do here, Shad. He's going to try to fight his way out of here as much as possible, but Morelle does have a lot of damage. MLS, yeah, okay, he's going to survive, find his way back into the fountain. Shad's dead. They do get the racks. That was a little bit too ballsy there from Shad.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Stormer gonna get found out here bottom side. There's so much burst damage. Yeah, no, he's dead. Nice catch there. Did they have him on? I guess they saw him on the wave. And Daze.
are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
By the way, Shad bought out for the broadsword, so he's still about 1,000 gold away from his butterfly, and he has no buyback. Getting the broadsword doesn't really do anything for it, or the claymore, excuse me, doesn't really do anything for you there. So a bit of an interesting decision. By the way, you're talking about Morelli. That's a 19-second cooldown on the sonic wave. So you talk about taking off there with the Ags. On top of that, 2 sonic waves of fight, maybe more if it goes particularly long, it's a metric ton of damage. It is so much.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Bit of an awkward spot for Shad. They smoke up when he's 100 gold away from his butterfly, but he should have it now. His courier's on the way, and of course he can TP straight into this fight. So MRLS smoked up on the high ground, holding that as we see OG looking for, well, thinking about maybe checking the Wisdom Shrine. 35 minutes, that's not really there. Quap shows in the mid lane with the shield rune. She's not a target. And now we got some wraps coming in. Bottega leading the charge here with the smoke. If he can get a good blow up, that's going to be very nice. The smoke's done here. Can he find Mixa? That's a great target. Oh, blinks out just in time. Bottega not really finding what he's looking for. And now that was a really good opportunity. Okay, Mixa on the edge, looking for what he can find. Ideally, just annihilating Bottega. Scream Pain, though, gets on top of Mixa. Okay, that's damage number 1. 15 seconds until there's another one. You're right, Days is dead. There's the black hole on top of the Quap. Can we cancel it? He didn't pop the BKB, but Morelli gets out here anyways. Hakoda, finger of death, but Shad mans up on top of Bottega, trying to do what he can here. He's healing up. He's living. He's going to take them all down. That's a dead Ursa. Well, just about a dead Ursa. He's in the cart. He's living for now. And Shad, actually, he's going to get taken down to the end of this. I thought he got the Ursa. Absolutely not. The cart saves him. Shad's dead, and he has no buyback. Refresher cheese on top of the Aegis, on top of the banner as well. So that's a big deal. And by the way, talking about that cart in the last fight, Infernal got it literally 15 seconds before the fight started. So maybe not literally 15, but right before the fight starts. Now we're going to look to see if they can find a Mixa here. And they're going to, oh, there we go. Blink Hex on top of him. That's going to be a dead Enigma very quickly. He's got buyback. 3 seconds until the black hole's ready to go. They're going to be able to get the creep as well. That's very nice, but you go high ground with this now, right? Or, well, maybe not high ground. You don't have the towers for it, but start to go take some of these objectives off the map. Ideally, you'd love to force the buyback for Mixa, but as it stands, without the black hole available for OG, these fights become very simple for Yellow Submarine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's very scary. They're setting up for him now. Abyssal, there we go, on top of it. Now tries to chain the stuns. Yep, absolutely. You get one stun, there's more where that came from. Stormstormer dead, Mixa dead, and for the first time in this game, Rojo, it's a 2,000 net worth lead for Yellow Submarine. They've been fighting long and hard. Has to be so careful. Run away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you had it right when you were talking about how much assassination you can get from the side of Yellow Submarine if this game goes late enough. Ursa just pops in on top of someone, takes the spirit down, takes actually anyone down in this game if he's able to get on top of them. Of course, no, not quite full build just yet. He'd love a nullifier to make sure the Yules doesn't kite him out a little bit too much. I'm with you though. You talked about this concept of a Ghost Scepter early as the kind of this ultimate Ursa answer, which nullifier of course deals with. But I'm a little surprised we didn't see any ghosts earlier on. But for now, Yellow Submarine smoked up, beelining to where Mix has been farming for quite a while. Gets on top of him immediately. Best kill in the game. He's gonna try to survive, but absolutely not here. He's a little tankier, of course, because he does have the Helm of the Overlord, but no, not tanky enough. He's gonna go down right outside the tier 2. Saving grace for this one though is he had it pushed out pretty far, so no creeps to go take the tower, and Stormstormer on the bottom side. So OG at this point, they're doing a very nice job of making sure as Bottega's gonna go try to find Daze, but Blink's on cooldown for 4, so not quite gonna get it. Very aggressive TP though. Look at Hakoda set up on the bottom side for Stormstormer here to be anyone coming in. But Stormstormer smells it, gets out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Links get on tops of the Enigma. That's a great shackle. Gale Force as well, drawing Bottega into things. 14 seconds on the Aegis. That's the time you're trying to buy. Hakoda will fall down. Looks like they're just going to get out of here. TPing out. There we go. Not going to be able to find him in time. They do get the courier from Hakoda, but that was honestly probably the worst timing for Yellow Submarine to try to do anything with 15-30 seconds left on the Aegis. You just kite him out, you poke him down, and then that would have been a dead Ursa potentially. So they get out, they sacrifice the lion for it, not the end of the world, and the game goes on. Oh. All right. $1,170 damage every 26 seconds. half a Lilith. Position. Okay, looks Blink BTV Black Hole tries to save him, but the Tusk is not going to get that 2-dead immediately. No buyback either on the Quap as Ursa just sitting in the cart, terrorized away for now. He's kind of impotent, not able to do what he'd like to do, and the Centaur's getting chunked down so hard. Everyone's dead. It's a buyback from the Tusk. Doesn't matter. My God, that's the fight you're looking for as OG. It was falling apart for quite a while in this game, but they get the black hole onto Tusk, tries to blink in to save before the black hole goes down, and that doesn't matter. And now they're beelining into tier 4. There's no buyback on the Quap.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
My rage returns me to the left.
Ella's buying space. He really cannot afford to lose anyone out. They're going to get the tier 3 tower north side. Even still, Bottega getting kited out. Gale Force doing a very nice job there. He said they got to buy back to avoid getting megged, but with these illusions, it looks like they're going to get megged anyways. Very difficult as now Inferno goes in on top of them all. Alcoda's going to go get taken down very quickly here, but he has Ghost Scepter. Doesn't really buy him enough time. Bottega tries to get inside the Shat. Force F on the high ground. This is a potential dieback for Bottega. He falls down right here. They're going to get days. That's something. Force staffed on out here, but this is a cart. Okay, he's going to get in the cart for right now. Got to get him out. Got to keep this Ursa alive. It's a dieback. The game's over if they take it, but he's locked away. Okay, blinks on out here. There's the Sonic Wave. Shad's dead as well. 100 seconds on the deck, but he does have buyback. Morelli gets on top of Mixa, on top of everything. They're going to get him down. No megas. It's just a ranged rack. That's all that remains, and the shot at the end takes down this died back Tusk.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
It could. Could be megas. Oh, okay.
Vanishing winds.
By the way, I don't know that we're gonna have the time. Is Daisy gonna go get jumped on top of it once again? But actually, nice chains for now. And Morelli goes right on top. Sonic Wave. Lilith takes a ton of damage here. Daisy's gonna fall down. That is a dieback. 110 seconds on the deck makes it a lot harder to get that nullifier. And Lilith is gonna go get taken down. I would think once again. Do we have the damage? Okay. Yeah, it's gonna get used up here. Stunned down. 4 dead on the side of OG. By the way, that last fight on the high ground, 14,916 versus 14,196 damage. One, like, you flip a number and it's the exact same. But at the end of the day, OG dead as 4. Roche, unfortunately, though, not available for Yellow Submarine. It looks like it's going to be another minute or so before it spawns.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm almost wondering, almost wishing. I know. Look, you can't pop Ags in a black hole because it silences as well as stuns. You don't have that extra damage resistance. But a lot of these fights, he's not really getting caught in the black hole. He's getting caught in something else, and having Ags on top of that really would keep him alive a little bit longer. But They're going to try to wrap on top of Stormstormer here. He showed on the ward, as we do have Mix Up playing behind a little bit. Obviously, his job, blink black hole, whoever gets on top of Stormstormer. Now, smoke up from OG. Smoke's a break, but he's just going to have to get back out for now. Roche is up, by the way, so this is the target. We're going to be playing right around that area as long as possible. It's a bunch of TPs on the bottom side because, hey, guess what? Trees have shown up trying to go get the Megas here for free. Yeah, for now, Ursa pops the Enrage on himself, but also on Roche. So that tells OG that something's happening. Stormstormer ran in, popped the Shivas, and saw no one there just yet. How do you make the first move here? Okay, so on the one hand, you're like, great, we got the Megas, we got lanes pushing into us, but we want to hold this high ground. We do not want OG to get a Refresher, a Cheese, an Aegis. Because of that, you just got Shad pushing everywhere on the map.
Is under attack.
Oh, smoke up from OG. Dazed, eh? Yeah, no, they found the Ursa immediately. He's got to pop the Enrage. He's going to get hexed up just a little bit. Black Hole BKB on top of it all. Centaur can't find him in time. He's taking so much damage. He's dead. That's a dieback. Can they do what they need to do on the backside? That's a lot of damage coming from Morelle, as the stun's not going to land on Mixon for now, but now he's starting to do a lot more. Morelle's dead. They're on top of Shad as well. Do they have the damage here? 16 seconds for another Sonic Wave. Trying to shut him down in the meantime. Infernal's so low. So many stuns on Morelle, but so many Scream of Pains as well. It's going to be a Shad trying to survive, starting to stay alive just a little bit longer. He's staying alive here. Buyback on Quap. Shad at 10% HP, trying to TP out of here. Looks like he's going to get out. Oh, just before Morelle arrives. And now the Wind Waker into the stuns. Morelle needs to get out just a little bit longer. Looks for a little bit more damage. Gets broken out, gets on top of Daze, on top of Lilith, but doesn't matter. Back in the boat, back in the cart once again. Shad's back in the fight once again here. 25 seconds for, 25 seconds for Satanic. In the meantime, not going to work out. Shad dead, but Morelle stunned up. 1.2 seconds every time. Has to get on out of here. Everyone's alive for OG though. Every single buyback has been used, and another chain on top of Morelle. Infernal's dead. It's Morelle versus the world here. He does have a Sonic Wave in 5. Like, is that enough? At this point, they're just, oh, wait, okay, he's gonna get Stormstormer, maybe, but Morelle, nope, he's dead. That's gonna be it. Really fantastic game out of Yellow Submarine, but at the end of the day, too many buybacks, too many late game fights. OG is gonna take game number 1 here. A Yellow Submarine. They made him work for it.
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining.
It's kind of funny. I'm looking at this, and once again, I guess I'm buying more and more into this idea that you were talking about, where if we just leave the power bakes in, we're going to be able to make a trade, and it's probably going to be okay. Because, I mean, we're banning out Dazzle's second ban over. It's first phase. It doesn't really matter in terms of the order as much, but we're banning out Dazzle very early. Profit out of the pool, not crazy, but hasn't been a high ban priority in really any other game that we've seen. OG, by the way, the one bans it out. They played it in game number 1. I believe actually OG had first pick in game 1. It's gonna be first pick for Yellow Submarine here in game 2. So Naga's gone at the very least. Bat Rider, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Yellow Submarine just go ban something out, maybe Daze's Dark Willow, and just pick Bat Rider for themselves.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
The Undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, notably, TA is still in the pool. So yes, you are an agi hero. Your HP pool can go down very low, but especially if this is a core undying, which is not a guarantee, right? This could be very easily be a 4, be a 5 undying as well. It's one of the powers of picking it so early. But this is a very low armor hero, and especially if you go like Void Blades, which does feel like it's fallen out just a little bit. Feels like it's almost always refactor now. But TA into this undying lane is just, it's gonna chunk if that is an undying 3.
Dire team ban. Queen of pain. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it really does beg the question. Like, I know Stormer plays Quap.
Team ban.
He's been around for a while. I mean, we know he plays Quap, as this can be the Tusk band out. But do Shad and Mixa also play Quap? Like, that is because those are offlane Quap, safe lane Quap are a relatively new thing, and obviously you can try, and these players are good enough to go and have watched games and maybe tried a couple games in pubs. But how comfortable are they feeling in officials playing this kind of, I guess we can call it meta now, but pretty like new idea about the hero?
Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Mereska has arrived.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Double dominant.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Terrorize is still kind of a free cancel into the shackles, which we had in game number 1 as well, as is going to be a Shadow Fiend, so mid or safe. You talking about the blade mail, by the way, that might raise the priority of make Undying a 3. Undying going blade mail first is not, I mean, that's a pretty, sometimes you go like blade mail first, sometimes you maybe just go Vanguard, Crimson, full aura, but it certainly is a blade mail buyer, and with the amount of strength, the amount of HP it can get in a fight, it can make that blade mail extremely effective. So maybe that informs us a little bit about whether this is going to be Infernal's hero or someone else's, but I think Shaman at the very least tells likely it's going to be 3 or 5 now.
Radiant team pick.
Face the light!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No, and Dawnbreaker, you talk about these armor issues. Dawnbreaker is still a hero that's like, it's 4 or 5 base armor. It doesn't really, I mean, it's a strength hero. It doesn't scale all that much. So you build a blade mail, sure, but it's not like, it's not a high armor hero. You can get set down effectively to pure damage in lane by the presence of the Dark Lord from the Shadow Fiend. But Ringmaster is a hero that once upon a time was first pick, first ban every single game. You haven't seen that quite as much. Likely, I guess this is the Days hero. Let us back on the Dark Willow. Still doesn't tell us a lot about where this Quap is going to go, though. Yeah, that would be very nice. And then you'd have to go and whether this is a mid shadow, this is Morelli Shadow Fiend, or whether this is a Bottega Shadow Fiend, you would want to get a more lockdown from the other hero, like whether from the mid or the safe lane, which does kind of constrain your picking just a little bit. And taking a page out of OG's book, Void Spirit is going to be there. So likely safe lane Shadow Fiend, mid Void Spirit, and now just begs the question is whether this is this Undying is core or support.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and you are also in that situation where there's a decent amount of ground targeted damage. And sure, Ringmaster the box does give you a bunch of bonus magic resistance, but there's still a lot of ground targeted damage. That means that the box is not like a perfect save that it might be in some other games. It's interesting here. I'm looking at what Yellow Submarine's banning out, by the way. They banned out the Monkey King, which it could be a carry monkey, obviously, but it also looks like they are okay. No, they're just banning out carry, so they're protecting this. Yeah, okay, this looks like this might be an Undying 3. They're banning out Monkey and Lifestealer, which would be very good into that Undying, well, yeah, into that Undying lane. Is this
Radiant team pick.
Dark Seer.
okay?
10
do you wanna-
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Do you really want an Ursa into a Darkseer though that just kind of like surges you away from whoever the Ursa jumps on? Okay.
Man stands
Choose
ready.
your hero.
Yeah, I think the other one, we're going to keep an eye on it. It may end up changing, but for right now, Hakoda has the ripped facet selected instead of rotting mitts, right? That's the one that means that when you soul rip a friendly hero, they get bonus strength based on your
5
strength,
seconds remaining.
which I don't think we very rarely see that one. It's almost always rotting mitts. You go on top, you spawn zombies. It can work out fairly well. Is this just Hakoda saying there's no way I'm ever going to be like have presence in these fights from like running in, so I just got to go and find some value elsewhere? And I know you say that things like Ursa, I guess Sven is the same way, can be fine in the Darkseer, but once you start to get those surges up and running, and certainly if you can get the shard as well, it slows down. It really is on this initial initiation. Say that one 5 times fast, but this initiation from the Sven to go and just burst someone down before they can get surged away, because Sven can get kited. Maybe not as much in this lineup, but realistically, there's not a lot of like single like point target stun. You can go dive in with the Dawnbringer, a secondary stun right there. You have Stormhammers for Sven, but everything else is not the most consistent, right? You go Curse Crown, you can go dodge that one out for now. So if you can get away from that with auras and with Surge and everything else, if you can get away from the first go from Shad, the kite is pretty strong from Yellow Submarine.
30 seconds to battle.
This pleases me to no end. This pleases me to no end.
The battle begins.
Yeah, sneaky, sneaky. Okay, he's gonna get rooted up here, trying to body block him into another route, but he's dead anyways. How do you feel about he decided to go quick wit into this lane, which means you attack faster the more intelligence you have. Going that versus the other facet, that means you can, versus Heart of Battle, where you can just kind of go and ignore boots for a while and run around as if you don't even have to worry about it. Against this Fen matchup where I don't know, it feels like he's gonna get poked out a while. How do you feel about that? A coda. Gotta be very careful there. Well, he's gonna get out, but yeah, these lanes, early kills, lots of pressure. Koda's gonna have to go heal up for now. And this is before the lanes get scary, right? Mixa's level 1. He's got a point in Celestial Hammer. Well, sorry, he's got a point in Starbreaker. That's just about it. Days just got the Bramble Maze. So like once you start to get a couple more spells here, once you get Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker, Koda's got to be careful, man. That Mix is literally taking pure damage right now. He's at +4, -4, so you got to be careful there. Morelli, well, he's having a lot better lane against the Quap than Stormstormer had against his Quap in the previous game. He's going to go get a lot of poke damage there, but looks like he's not quite. Yeah, no points in Remnant, so kind of hard to hit that unsupported anyway. So he's going to be fine. Poking out the Quap as much as possible. 10 for 5 versus 9 for 2. So Stormstormer doing a nice job on the CS department, on the deny department, even if he has taken some maybe negative trades.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Another raise. Nope. Okay, pops the Fairy Fire, so he will be fine. But that is resources spent. That is a decent amount of damage. And you talk about this Void Spirit in the mid lane. Not only, right, double points to simulate, so he can try to dodge the daggers if he doesn't let Stormstormer get too close to the point where the travel distance is a little bit too short. It's a pure, if you go and you pop the shield, you go Resonant Pulse, it's a pure damage shield. So you will be able to soak some of the Shadow Strike anyways. As a Bottega and Hakoda getting very aggressive here, shoving it away from the tower, trying to go and maybe deny some CS from Mixa as he's finding himself not the healthiest. He's got a pulled tango to him, but the Dawnbreaker is one of these heroes that kind of goes in, goes out, and really almost prefers salves to tango sometimes. Just try to trade yourself out and go back up to full, but they're just not letting him be this comfortable Dawnbreaker that can put the pressure on. If this had been a carry quap goes Mjolnir, gets an AC, like you actually do get a lot of attack speed, and that might have been fine. But because this is a mid quap, you're playing much more for spell casting, more for tempo, and that does mean that quap is also really not the best hitter. As Daze is gonna go down, not gonna get the courier. Go to stays alive. So Bottega though gets himself some more souls, get 1 stack of lasting presence, and if we're gonna click on mixed stuff, he's in range. Okay, not quite in range just yet, but he's gonna be at negative armor if he gets within range of the Shadow Fiend. That's better than pure damage if you're keeping track. It is a lot.
Some people call you friends. I call you co-stars.
I'm sure that was agony.
A lot of heroes here. Daze gets some damage done, but you do have the shield for now, and there's going to be the shackle. So if someone dies, it's going to be MRLS. It's not going to be the mid laner, and he will die. Ooh, amp damage. Lelis takes it. Obviously, you'd love Stormstormer to get it, but they do get the kill in the mid lane. Keep Morelli alive, though, and he's just going to have to back up. Importantly, though, it does mean that he's going to be slower to level 6. And whether Quap can do something about this, he's very low on mana for now, so the answer is probably not. But he is closer to that level 6 if we are going to see some rotation. Speaking of rotations, by the way, yeah, look. He does, right-clicking down Dakota, works a dream. Dakota is gonna go down, but okay, Shackle on top of Mix It. Do we have the damage? Absolutely, double raise, triple raise there. Daze has to take a little bit more, and gotta be very careful here. The damage is there, Sonic Wave as well. Stormstormer shows up, and that lasting presence is gone, plus a couple extra soul stacks. So you get mixed up, but you lose your Shadow Fiend, who is at like, I wanna say 22, 23 stacks of Necromastery. That's something. You can go back to 20. The snowballing Shadow Fiend we were talking about does get slowed down a little bit.
Is under attack.
Lelis. Absolutely. Now we're going to see a bunch of rotations into the mid lane, trying to go and put pressure on top of Morelli here with 10 seconds into the 8-minute power rune, which is not going to be an amp damage, but could be something very nice for Stormstormer. Nonetheless, everyone's posturing north side, bottom side, as well as Morelli takes the fear, has to go run away. He's not going to get that rune once again. Daze pops the invis and looks to see if he can try to chase Morelli down. It's not going to happen, though. Second time they go secure the bounty, or not the bounty rune, the power rune for OG. Second time Stormstormer doesn't get it. Second time they do not kill Morelli. Dicey there. Dakota runs in, buys some space, but Bottega showing up as well, buying some space. But the tombstone on the high ground. There we go. Requiem is not in time. I really thought Daze was going to get taken down, but no, not quite. So yeah, Daze gets out of there, and that's a Requiem down the drain. The first one of the game that's supposed to do something. It does go and they do go kill off some creeps, not even really stacks in the triangle. They're going to be able to block it off a little bit, but it's not what you want out of your first Requiem. Yeah, we talked about stealing stacks. Bottega hoped to. He was like, surely there's a Sven in the game. Surely I'm stealing some stacks. And instead, he loses the stacks that were meant for him. So Shad continues to snowball. He's sitting here 1 point or 1 item into his Echo Saber and he just continues to farm up a tree. He doesn't have to do anything, right? He's 0-0-1, 92 CS at 9:55 into this game. That's kind of a dream game for a Sven, right? You're not really under any pressure. You just get yourself massive, and then when you leave the jungle and then you start to actually join some fights, you are just insane. BKB Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, something like that, and just uncontestable with the side of Yellow Submarine. Do you kind of rotation here, smoke into the bottom side? They're not going to find anyone though. This is an Infernal that going back to his own jungle. But do you like? Oh, actually, they're going to try. They're thinking about checking triangle, so maybe they will find him after all. You're gonna have to see. And it is a Helm Dom Darkseer, so while you do get some stats, it's not quite this massively tanky Darkseer that we see sometimes. And he's actually just like a ship in the night, totally missing them. This rotation is just, they wrapped around him. Now they're going to go try to find him here. They do have the damage. Sonic Wave is going to try to run away though. Blinks on top. Sonic still wears the Sonic Wave. It's not going to be needed. Okay, Screw and Pain's going to be there. And I was about to ask you before he went down is, wait a minute here. Hakoda gets jumped on top of it once again. Stunned down with a Cursed Crown. This should be a second kill. He's tanky. I don't think he's that tanky. He's going to get whipped down. He should die here eventually. Yeah, but not quite enough as Morelli rotates over. How do you feel about going Helm Dom in this game for the Darkseer? There's not a support I look at and say, wow, okay, well, Bottega got Mixa on the north side. I guess maybe you look at this Ringmaster and say, okay, they don't really like running into something, as Morelli shows up in the mid lane, tries to get on top of Daze, but now not a lot of defensive tools available. Bolt TPs into the mid lane, trying to kill off Daze here. Terrorize, a Sonic Wave is massive. Terrorize as well, going in together on top of Morelli. It's not going to kill him though. Daze will falls. Now the zombie form is going to get popped here, running maybe on top of Lelis if he can find him. Lelis just a little bit too fast. Back to my question. Going Helm Dom, I guess Lelis doesn't really like being run at by summons, but this doesn't strike me as a lineup that really gets punished by a Helm Dom creep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Small adjustment.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Death tax.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we do have the Shad here is massive, by the way. Top of the net worth by about 500 gold. getting himself to where he wants to be. He's about 1,000 gold from the blink. His days is going to get jumped on by Morelli, but he should be fine. Morelli does not want to run into this high ground. He's got a bunch of heroes behind him, so that's not really going to work out. And it is a charge down on the Spirit Vessel. Only one remains. Nice remnant. Goes on top of Daze. Once again, pops him down. So there we go. 2 more charges on the Spirit Vessel for now. Lots of damage on Lelis, but Mix is going to be his here for the time being. Trapped in, though, and the snakes are going to kill him. It will be a trade. Can we get any more? Infernal is here. Good remnant on top of Mixa. Raises as well. Mixa has to run. He's going to get popped down. Not like the wall did a ton there, but adds a little bit more in. You do get a Quap illusion that allows you to push the mid lane a little bit. And importantly, Bottega joins the fray, gets himself another Necromastery stack. And now 2-1 tower, halfway done. You got a Mask of Madness. That's this tower's dead.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And with a blink, he pops Godstrain, gets on top of Bottega, doing a lot of damage. Push back a little bit. The Fierce Will's going to cancel the Requiem, but Shad's still not dead. The Kroll is doing so much here. They will get the Shadow Fiend at the end. Stormstormer makes sure of that one, but Shad will die as well. Morelli on top of Daze, taking a lot of damage. Dakota, well, get your cake for now. Daze gets popped, and Morelli is doing so much damage in this fight. They're not going to get Stormstormer. At least there's that. But they do get Shad at the end. Morelli's still here looking for a little bit more. Morelli has to get on out here. Akota, he got his second life once. Can he do it again? Well, can he survive once again? This tombstone making life very difficult. They gotta run. They're not gonna get the tombstone. Morelli, yep, Astral Step on top of Mixa. A little bit more. Mixa dead once again. 13 seconds until he gets another charge. And the wheel is gonna taunt him. Mixa, okay, will die on the pop. Not kept alive by the Dark. Actually, Darkseer didn't have anything to keep him alive anyways. So Mixa, he will die, but they do get Morelli's dominating streak at the end. Bit of an odd scrap at the mid lane. At the end of the day, I think it's kind of even, all things considered.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Infernal does. Yeah, okay, so Infernal does have a mech. His Requiem's just going to try to buy some space here, not allowing. Yeah, okay, well, sure. But now we're going to see the Solar Guardian coming in, and this is going to be a dead Undying as well. So it's Undying for days. Requiem Force, but Shad's not going to get that much. Well, actually, yeah, MRLS is here. He's going to get the Serpents down, and that's actually doing a lot of damage. The Stormstormer here, Sonic Wave, does a lot of damage to MRLS, but they're not going to kill him, though. Vacuum, though, I guess not available yet. 20 seconds cooldowns on that one. Morelli as well looks for the Remnant, does not find it, and that means Mixa should be able to get out of here. MRLS is low, but it's going to be mostly fine. Takes the portal on the way through, and now they're trying to chase down Lelis maybe on the north side. Did they see him? Doesn't look like it.
That's exactly.
If you can go and get like one big stun, you can start to layer it. You know, Curse Crown takes a couple seconds. You can put the brambles down. Like, you can start to go and layer it and be fine. But it really is important that you get that first stun, that you get that Stormhammer down, because that really is it. That is the only and really good initiation tool, initiating stun, that exists in the game for OG right now. As Mix is playing, or Morelli is playing this very aggressively here into the enemy jungle. We do have a bit of pressure on the north side of the map, trying to take the tier 1 down, and both Shad and Stormstorm were there, but It's 18 minutes in. You're kind of fine giving this away. It is unfortunate that you keep it alive for this long, and now a minute before Tormentor, you're going to lose that TP ability. And actually, they will fort for now. Doesn't look like they're going to do it. Just buying time at this point, wasting a little bit of space. Yeah,
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Mine!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They do force the... So Shad actually a little bit lonely here. They got vision on him. Daze TPing in, try to back him up. Do they have the jump? Morelli sitting there on the edge of smoke range, looking for the wrap, trying to make sure that they can cut someone off. And actually, yeah, there we go. That's a big target as well. They're going to get on top of Stormstormer. Blinks out of MROS with the... Oh, that's such a nice job. Stays alive just long enough with the Solar Crest. But it's going to be the Tombstone down. Requiem not doing a ton. Shad has the BKB. And the Ringmaster Wheel of Wonder just breaks this open so much as Roche delivers Lelis on a silver platter. He should fall down at the end. But can we get more Solar Guardian on the backside? Morelli continues to go on top of Shad here. He's going to go down. There we go. Morelli takes a lot of damage off the Sonic Wave. Can he get out? Answer, no, not really. Stormstormer continues to do so much damage in this fight, and he is going to continue to be able to get out of here for now. Hakoda has a ton of HP, 2,600. He's not going to go down, especially with the crest on top of him. But they do kill off Shad. They get him before Morelli falls. Roche is not really a target. He's on the bottom side of the map. But what a traitor there. Delivers Lelis to Bottega on a silver platter. Mm-hmm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, being able to go and save whoever Shad gets on top of would be fantastic. But Dota God's not going to be the most friendly to Yellow Side. It's still getting the full-on foul play is very, very nice in this game. There's that jump on the mid lane here, getting on top of Infernal. Great vacuum wall, though. Stormstormer, though, is going to make sure the kill is there. Wheel of Wonder. He just cannot run away, and there really is no one to go and try to help him out there. No one really rotating in. They were all thinking that maybe they're going to get Stormstorm on the bottom lane or something. Doesn't quite happen. So they get Infernal. They get the mid-tier 1. They get some spells out as well, and now they're going to start to take over this jungle of Yellow Submarine just a little bit more.
Dire are scanning.
Thanks the gang for the Shadow Fiend. That's fine. 50 seconds until...
Let me hear the end of this. Will you,
Okay.
Jinx?
Look at Daze. There we go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, but they're going to smoke in. It's thinking about getting right now. Looks for the save. Sonic Wave as well. Bottega doesn't get the kill, but he does get the egg. He's now trying to man fight on top of Shad here. Stunned up a little bit off the Solar Guardian, but continues to click Shad down. Another shot. No high ground miss. He's not going to go. He's going to get taken down here. Lelis tries to box himself up, but he's going to get chased down as well. Shad goes in, tries to go, does kill Roche. but doesn't get the Aegis, loses the man fight at the end of the day. Yellow Submarine lose no one. They have the Aegis available, couple lasting presence stacks, which makes, just don't want to look at the Shadow Fiend right now. And there's tier 2. They got creeps pushing in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
And especially, I think Shad was the second death in this game or in that fight, so already there was that additional lasting presence stack, so even more minus armor than Shad. Even sadder boys, they're gonna get on top of Daze. He's dead. Yeah, it's hard to go. Actually, the crazy, this was a double smoke from the supports to make something happen. Akoda still smoked. He can still go and get a little bit more information, maybe get a deep ward or something. Is there now? They took down the tier 1, tier 2 bottom, tier 2 mid under threat as well. And I think Morelli, you know, we talked about this Void Spirit as this hero that can have great lanes, can have a great late game, but the mid game does not really work all that well for them all that often. But going for this Spirit Vessel into an Ags instead of a straight Ags rush has enabled Morelli in that time where sometimes the Void Spirit is maybe not the best mid game hero. They have a ton of impact. And now, well, we got tier 3 is halfway done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well,
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
what is? I was gonna say something feels like something's breaking high ground or backdoor protection, because the Rax also for another like 5 seconds didn't have backdoor on top. It took a long time for backdoor to turn back on. It looks like maybe the bottom wave. Well, Catapult's already there once again. So you cut the mid wave certainly, but they were still we're able to get that tier 3 tower. Aegis now for another 2 minutes or so. So likely you wait. Not enough time to get the butterfly out, but maybe you wait for about another minute, farm up, go press the last minute of the Aegis, and see if you can find someone. Shad and Stormstorm are holding hands on the top side, trying to both get some farm, but when you got 2 cores in the same spot, that's not the most efficient way to play.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I think, we talked about this Spirit Vessel as we're going to see the snakes get deployed as well. We talked about the Spirit Vessel, about, it's good against the Mask of Madness heal and all the other in the Global and Solar Guardian. But one thing we didn't talk about was when you're in Shadow Realm, right, as the Dark Willow, you have this Pixie Dust innate, which means you regenerate 150% HP of any regen, any health regeneration. So it's a big component of Willow's ability to survive. You pop Shadow Realm, you pop a wand, and you almost go right back up to full. The fact that every time this happens, there's a Spirit Vessel on top of Daze means that these fights that otherwise the Willow would probably live, would get enough regeneration to bring themselves back up to a fighting number. Now it's just not happening, and they're dying in the Shadow Realm instead. Oh, MRLS, but he's not. No. It It is. Aegis done though. Shad's gonna try to find him and take a 4-step out of here. The kite job is real. Oh my, that's not much. Now Requiem is gonna get popped. That buys some time for Shad to go fight, but no, not at all. The butterfly does way too much here. Stormstorm has to get the hell on out. This Shadow Fiend waves goodbye. Absolutely not. He just man fights Shad, and that. Oh yeah, they're gonna kill Stormstormer too. He just man fights Shad. The armor there, the minus armor, the damage he does is way too much in this game state. Not feed.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No buyback. No buyback for 30 on either hero. We're sitting here. There's no fortification either. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I don't know if they get the base in time, but if they're gonna get days and force the buyback, Terrorize doesn't do anything. Yeah, game's over. Okay. What a way to end this game. All right then.
Radiant team pick.
Right? That is, you got to worry about getting doomed, but it's purged. These three heroes working together is so much team fight for Yellow Submarine.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry to keep you all waiting.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Death Prophet.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and the balance of things, if we're talking about these like initiating, stunning, repositioning
Radiant
supports,
team ban.
I really do like Tusk, I think, more than Tiny. It just, you do more. It really, Tiny is playing on this blink toss back, which I do like. I think I do like core Tiny a lot more. It does maybe lock down some potential safe lane picks. I mean, Death Prophet is very good at melee heroes. You got 100 damage nuke at level 1. You got a lot of right click damage. It's hard to kill with Spirit Siphon. So I don't hate the concept of this being a mix of Death Prophet, but at least when we've seen OG play previously, it has been that Stormstormer Prophet every time they've picked it. So that
5 seconds remaining.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Medusa.
Radiant team pick.
Medusa.
Yeah, and then the last anti-mage band's like, okay, can't be anything else. Technically with Pugna and Prophet, you do have a lot of tower push. There is that. But even then, like, Pugna's not a mana battery anymore. So the Medusa pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so what's remaining is the question. Is there a good diffusal buyer
seconds
left
remaining.
in the pool? Because we still have a Mategas hero has not been picked. Hmm.
Lena, choose your hero.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, for Doom. I don't know how much I like it in the current state. It's very slow. Like you're playing for effectively. You're playing for Doom, and maybe you're gonna get a good creep that allows you to win the lane. Sometimes that can happen, but it's very. I mean, you're playing on a long cooldown. Is the primary benefit you're giving in this game.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, quite frankly, it's been kind of an underwhelming, I think, of the games that we've seen of OG, it's kind of been an underwhelming tournament for Stormstormer, all things considered. He has not been popping off as much as we would be kind of expecting him to do, as much as we would like to see him do. So certainly, though, you're right, he has to do that in this game. I guess, you know, we talked about the Dusa a little bit more. It does handle the Brewmaster in the late game fairly nicely. You can kill off all of the Brewlings and actually still do damage to the other team. So it's not quite this just, oh, we got a bunch of Brewlings and we're running through the fight. And good luck. Have fun with that one. So you do have that. You can still get the Doom. That's actually a good question. There's one Doom. You want to Doom the Puck. You want to Doom the Brewmaster as well. This is not, this is not a core Doom, right? He's not going to have a refresher. Not for quite a long time in this game.
My apologies. Handsome devil, aren't I? I gambled, you lost.
"30 seconds to battle."
Yeah, I have a lot of faith in how Botega's been playing this series. He should be able to have a good lane as Infernal kissing, hugging Shad on the top side. Like, okay, hello. We're gonna break both of our smokes there, but we are gonna see once again. It looks like this is gonna be Yellow Submarine with, well, maybe they're only gonna go 2 for. Nope, yeah, they should be able to get 3 here. So multiple times, can Infernal win the race to the bottom, to the bounty rune? Yeah, okay. Man, you can start to nuke out the wave, and it's really fine. I think my eyes are primarily on the side lanes, though, right? It's like, yes, obviously, this is a winning matchup for Tiny, is how it's supposed to go. You just have so much more damage. It's really hard to right click, but I'm looking at, it's like it's a support Doom, right? Obviously, we're looking at some weirdness in the side lanes, and my big question is whether these off lanes are going to be able to put like substantive damage and pressure on the Lina, on the Medusa, that are really such an important part of the game plan for both teams. That's a lot of damage there, but I go, yep, first blood. That is one of the nice things. It's like you go, I actually, wait, does Impalement Arts trigger? I guess it does trigger Cinder Brew. I didn't realize it was enough damage. nice. Gets the deny on the bounty creep. So you have that one. Oh, range creep as well. Stormstormer doing this very nicely. But we talk about this top lane, right? Is Lelis, right, with Decrep eventually. The damage that exists in this top lane, as Lelis continues to get run down, the damage in this top lane, at least at these early levels, is primarily magical damage. So Decrep, while it may be good in the mid game, making sure you don't get really clicked down too much by Alina, but for a lot of this laning stage, there really is not a lot that Lelis can offer. It's like, oh great, you're decrepping and you're already Cinderbrood. Like, who cares? The damage is still there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
As for now, they're going to try to go and tosses up, gets the water rune. Very nicely done there, Stormstormer. And it looks like the illusory orb on the curveball didn't go the other way. It's going to take a second. In fact, Daze, rotating Doom. Oh, not often you talk about that one, but he's going to get the other water rune as well. So this puck short a bottle is not going to quite have the same number of resources that Stormstormer has at this 4-minute time. He's Inferno now. He gets on top of Shad, triggers level 2 Cinderbrood. They have the that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of mana now removed from. Yeah, gotta be careful here, right? Is actually Bottega getting run at a little bit, but you can hit this inflection point with a Medusa where if you get below the cost of a Mystic Snake, all of a sudden it feels impossible to lane because you're just not getting your mana back. You don't have a lot of damage. You feel very, very weak, but we'll be able to go and get some mana back. Kind of fine there. Bottega though was under a little bit of pressure, bottom side, but is able to survive and actually now really starting to poke out at this Death Prophet Daze lineup. No mana. Infernal very low. Otherwise, love to see him go down. Oh, okay. They're going to get the ignite once again. Diving on top. Yeah, no, that was, they will get the Ringmaster, but it is a dead Dusa. Infernal on a killing spree. And that just means that he is that much closer here to getting on, to making sure that he gets to that Spirit Vessel as quickly as possible. And you talked about it. Quick Spirit Vessel in this game is probably the, oh, well, Bottega's, that's a juicy courier. Yep. He is gonna go down. Mix are gonna try, but the rotation from Makoto says absolutely not. Can they kill him though? I got a second level of Spirit Siphon. They're gonna try a little bit more damage there, but Taken continues to run forward. Hops forward on the whoopee cushion. A lot of chase. Wow, high ground miss means he's not gonna quite go down just yet. One more hit, and there we go. And Lelis can't even find it. Yeah, Puck actually, it's just a small bit, but Puck actually ahead on net worth on this Tiny, despite being denied so much and despite everything else. Levels are, yeah, Puck's a little bit behind in levels, but they both at level 6. Puck having actually a surprisingly good job. And this was the lane matchup that was supposed to be the big counter, right? This was supposed to be the thing that, wow, we can hold the Puck down. He's not going to get his items. He's going to be slowed down. Well, he can go back in the jungle. You talked about that, like level 3, level 4 timing. You can just start to push the mid lane out and not really slowed down at all. Well, there's there's a TPN coming in from Daze. No level 6. He's gonna eat the Lotus here, but there's level 6. Yep, up, pop the Brewlings. Shad is gonna try to run here. It's actually taking a little longer than I expected, but he's gonna get stunned down, purged off. No way. Survives here. Voidling brings him in as well. It will be a dead Tusk on the north side. Well, actually, Stormstormer got that one, and they're not gonna get Daze. So there is that. But Dusa for Tusk, I know which one I want.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Yeah, let's see if they can break this down. He doesn't have level 6, no Wheel of Wonder, but whoa, okay, that's why Morelli on the haste rune. So he rotates bottom side. Can they get anything? They saw Coda, you're right. I don't know if they saw Morelli as well, but they're gonna back up for now. Not super interested in really getting aggressive in Nakoda. Now just going for some stacks, playing around, but not too close. And with this exorcism, it's not going to get popped just yet. They're going to be able to shove the tower out a little bit. Nabateka does have that Falcon Blade, Javelin, Gloves of Haste as well. So very close or closer to the Maelstrom, which is when his farm is really going to start to accelerate. And you're talking about this Dusa on the north side, lowest net worth of the cores. Dusa is a power farming hero, absolutely, but you need some items. A Dusa with just boots and just a band of Elven skin this stage of the game, it's not the easiest. Your acceleration gets slowed down by quite a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nuh-uh.
New trends.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is. He's got the split ready to go here. Stormstormer already stunned up a little bit. Okay, well, we're going to see Laguna go down. Not enough to kill Stormstormer just yet. His Daze brought in, not level 6 just yet. Purge goes down, but it's 2 supports dead immediately here. And a great Spirit Siphon from Mixa. All the kills early on mean he has a ton of Vessel charges. And yeah, it's going to be the dead Brewmaster as well. Mixa getting tipped off here, and well worth doing so. You know, the lane's going so well, all the kills in the early game, it means that this first exorcism had a lot more power to it than you might otherwise expect, and the Invis rune goes to Stormstormer as well. Yeah, man, this Exo did so much. No, I saw it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Keepies in, drops the Dream Coil on top of Stormstorm, but he's got the Invis rune, so buys a little bit of space, waits out the Dream Coil, and at this stage in the game, Stormstormer is very tanky. 1700 HP, 16 armor, and Morelli without a Witchblade is just not able to do the damage to chunk him down by himself. Now the game goes later, goes to Witchblade Parasma, gets himself a Shard, an Ag, something like that. You absolutely can go and solo kill Stormstormer, but for right now, he's not really in all that much threat. So they're able to force him off the tower, you know, make that happen, but Stormstormer is he's doing pretty well for himself. His Daze is going to show up, not level 6 still. We're 12 minutes in. He's so close. Just needs like one more creep, needs a kill, and he's maybe going to be close enough. This gives him 6. Is there a Doom Tart? And not close enough. Morelli gets out of here, but this will unlock the tier 1 and
Radiant's
a Doom
middle
Smoke.
tower is
Maybe.
under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A Surprise!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That it is, Spirit Vessel, and that's when you go and just rotate immediately. So Mixa is going to try to hold on as long as possible, but you do not die. And they're going to give the kill to Bottega as well. They find Daze on the backside. Obviously does not want to pop the Doom here. He's just dead. They're going to get two, but most importantly, killing spree on top of the Death Prophet goes straight into the coffers of Bottega. He's now that much closer to Dragonlance, that much closer to more things. And they're rotating north side here very quickly. Okay, no, it's just Infernal picking up some farm as the creeps go in. No one's coming with him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Nice break there. You gladly give your life for this one. So worth it. Oh, really? No, he's not going to really, but just being as efficient as possible. You talk about, by the way, hunting this Alina. I think it's the Alina that's hunting. He's 5-0-0, 100 CS in this game. Dragonlance is done. Hurricane Pike on the way next. That is not hunting Alina. That is feeding Alina.
Behold!
Well, in fairness, he didn't have level 6 until about 13 minutes into this game, so it's been about 2 minutes since he's had it available, but I'm with you. You want to get something done with that. It almost feels like there's a little bit more importance on the Doom because this is the support Doom than if it was like, you know, a core or something, that there's more to play with. But it does feel like every single time you use the Doom here, it has to be a big core kill. Just again, because of the position that they're in, because of the fact that this is a 4 Doom that is really just picked primarily for the Doom and not a whole lot else. A little bit posturing in the they're not going to go for, nah, this is not a Roche timing. Bottega's not there, but they're just posturing. They can just force death away. Oh, that's awkward. Dooming the Brewmaster's fine, but they don't toss him. So Daze is just gonna go down. Ringmaster ult is gonna, well, okay, it's not actually gonna go and mess with Lelis, but it will buy space. MRLS is fine for now. Stormstormer bodyguarded. Actually, nope, never mind. He's dead. But now Infernal wants to get on top of Stormstormer. Has not popped his ult just yet. And Stormstormer will be able to buy the space. Blood Grenade doesn't really land. Says just bye-bye. It's not like it was gonna do anything anyways. Are you gonna be able to blink out of it? Or yeah, nope, he's still dead though. And this is the Axe timing for Mixa as well. But there's the primal split going down. Stormstormer very low. Nice move in for Morelle. He's just dead. And now the stun Bottega starting really hit away here. Laguna Blade goes down as well. The healing's really good, but not enough. Just tossing up this Pugna on the backside. 3 certainly are gonna be going down as the purge is there. You got the Ringmaster. A truly hero at what cost?
Muddy's burn. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know. They're gonna pop the stone gaze as well, and it will secure the kill on MRLS. Maybe Hakoda as well tosses in. So nice job there with with the not the tonic, but yeah, strongman tonic keeps him alive as well. He's still not dead. Oh, oh, he will die at the end, but no, but so much space there. Fun out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Roshan has fallen to the dungeon. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait. Man, I looked for a second. They were just setting up on Storm, like just really setting up to take the Aegis out immediately. Morelli has a bottle, well, but more importantly, has the shield rune in the bottle, right? Has a witch blade. We're getting to the point where this puck does significant damage, and with the Tusk behind him, it looked like they might have been able to make that happen, but they're going to back up. Tusk doesn't quite show, and now it's 5 minutes. He can maybe make something happen here. By the way, Infernal, he is very close here, about 200 gold, 185 gold away from his Radiance. That's the next big timing. Level 2 ultimate as well, so the Brewlings aren't going to die quite as easily to the DP ult. And it's not like Shad's doing any damage right now. He's going straight. Interesting here. He's actually going straight Scotty, skipping the butterfly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Okay, so 4 smoke to your Morelli and Hakoda on the right side, MRLS and Infernal. Infernal smoke pops, so they know where they are. Ideally, you're killing this Doom off first, not giving him the opportunity to go cast the very important spells that, well, okay, Puck's gonna find Daze immediately here. Pops the Dream Coil. He's just gonna run, take some damage, get silenced up, you would assume, pretty quickly after this one. There we go, good save though. On top of Daze, and that should end this. At this point, going up the high ground, that's a little bit too scary, but it's counter smoke, yeah, coming out of OG. Stormer leading the charge, a lot of support behind him, and here we are. So they got a scan on the high ground. They're going for the Torment here, so they're all going to be a little bit low. This is MRLS gets the shard, a little bit better of his own ice shards. Okay, on the high ground here, look for the toss back. Doom on top of this Brewmaster. That's what you want, but he's actually going to be able to run back into the high ground and get saved. Stormer, Aegis is going to go down, and this Doom is not going to kill. Brewmaster's going to be ready to fight very soon. Great stun there on the ramp as well as Doom just gets forced on out here. That should be a death for Morelli. Yep, he's gonna fall down. And now we have everything. All the Brewlings are out. Mixa doing a nice job getting some of them down, but at the very least, the Fire Brewling is out for now. Now a second Dream Coil in this fight off the Arcane Rune from earlier. It's gonna kill Stormer a second time. And what did they get? They've gotten a Tusk out. Oh, actually, Puck here is very careful. He was silenced up, has to get out though, and he should be fine. Yeah, he's okay. And actually, not enough mana until right now for Waning Rift, but Mix is not going to be able to chase him down. 2 kills on Stormer. They get the Doom as well. You got a Puck, or it's not a Puck. You got a Tusk. That is, I mean, Med Boom is playing this very nicely. for another 35 seconds. They're going to find him. And, well, Force Staff actually makes it a little hard for MRLS to follow because, well, the shards are going to block him out as Infernal. Not going to land. No slows available. And Stormstormer's here now off the tier 1 tower. TP's in. So you got to be careful. Infernal, 27 seconds until he has his ultimate. He has a lot of evasion, so hitting him is very hard. And he's going to be able to get out of here for now off the Wheel of Wonder. Stormstormer sharking, though, thinking about it. But his stun, well, excuse me, his blink is going to get broken a little bit longer. Force staffed in, but gets punched up, not able to chase. Avalanche, though, buys a little bit more time. Tosses Days on top of MRLS, but Snowball buys a little bit more. And he bought blink off this, so you lose a little bit of money. Sure, he's fine, but he was able to go buy the blink before he died. And honestly, that's you're pretty happy with that. Look at the Avalanche. No, he's got his ult now ready to go, and Dream Coil as well. The damage is there, and Stormstormer should just fall down. Tries to go, oh, a little bit late. Right? Yeah, he's dead though. He's gonna die anyway. Almost really cool with the Void Bruling pull where you go on the Dream Coil. This is gonna be a dead Lilith as well. Almost really cool where you use the Voidling pull to go and break the Dream Coil, but a little bit too late on that one. The Dream Coil was already over. As it stands though, 2 cores as support. They're all gonna go down on the tier 2. They don't even get the they don't even get the tower. They don't even get like 50% of the tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Money to burn.
Drunken Brawler facet, Drunken Master, you just get so fast once you're able to go and proc your Cinder Brew, and you got a Radiance. You're constantly procking your Cinder Brew, so you're fast. You have like 80% evasion or something, and it just is very, very hard to go kill. It's just. But I got a question for you. This is our resident mid lane expert here. This is a puck that is not going Parasma next. This is not going Mjolnir or something like. He's just going straight Ags off the Shard and the Witchblade. This is much earlier than we would normally see puck going for Ags. Why not go? Why go with that early?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. For now, Stormstormer evaporates here. Just the percentage damage there with oh wait, no, they're gonna find more. Hakoda's the power of the Zatos doing so much, and that is gonna be the Dream Coil. Maybe not the most valuable trade, but you're gonna he's surviving. He will die. He survived a little bit longer than I thought, but a little bit slow there, getting the silence off of him. But Stormstormer dead Lilith as well, the tier 1 tower bottom side. So that go that we saw about a couple minutes ago that was broken out because you could TP to the tier 1. That if they do it in the future, which you know, maybe OG's not playing there anyways, but if they do that in the future, tier 1's dead, map opened, especially into this triangle a lot more.
Oh, yes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
He is, and remember, you talk about this. This is a Dragonlance Hurricane Pike for Bottega. Nothing of the sort for the Dusa. So Dusa is going to stand his ground and try to hit everyone. Bottega outranges him by quite a bit, both in just like passive, but built-in innate range, and also because you have that Dragonlance as well. So if it does turn into one of those, just Bottega sitting there like a turret, it is going to be very difficult for this Dusa to survive, as big smoke coming out of Yellow Submarine. Roche is up in maximum 90 seconds. They don't know that though. They know it could be up just about right now if they are so lucky, as 2 ships in the night here. OG in the mid lane. They're going to show Shad though. So yes, Yellow Submarine is aware of where OG is. They're going to take the high ground a little bit as Morelli plays in the pit. That's a big deal. Move in. Yep, they know he's there. Oh, Blink dodge is just in time. Stormstormer, but Brewmaster gets tossed back in. No doom, exactly. Now another bit of save, but the Wheel of Wonder is going to buy a lot of space here. Ethereal, but he's just taking so much percentage damage, getting poked away a little bit more. Yeah, okay, a little bit awkward here. Puck stays alive a little bit longer. No doom on him. Dace still getting taken down. Has not found room to pop the doom. And Bottega continues to run away. Takes a lot of mana away from Shad. Somehow, no one's died in this fight. It felt like... Shad showing. He's going to get jumped on top of, punched immediately. Dave's going to look for the Doom. Can he find anyone? Doom on the Lena. Don't really. That's not necessarily the target. He's just a ranged bot here. He's a tower. They're trying to chase him down. Doesn't matter, but they do get the 2 supports on the backside. Infernal going to get used up as well, so going to lose that Brood Up ability that gives him all the evasion. He is going to get taken down. 3 dead. The Doom, maybe the Lena's not the best target, but it does buy space for them to kill the rest of the heroes. And yeah, Morelli just has to get on out of here. So 3 dead on the side of Yellow Submarine, and now Roche is up for the taking for OG. Roche is still about 20% remaining to go. Bottega's running in. Morelli goes in, hits the Dream Colt on top of Mixa, but no one else. He's ethereal, he's decrepified, but he's getting healed by so much here. Bottega, though, is going to be able to go. He gets the egg, gets the kill as well. Dace is dead on top of things. Can he get more? 4-staffed in. Tons of damage on top of Mixa, but he's going to get saved. Tossed back by Stormstormer. Even still, it's going to be a tusk for a Doom. That's fine. You get the Aegis that was supposed to go to this Dusa. The second Aegis timing is really supposed to be when the Dusa is by far the strongest hero in the game, and you have denied that from OG. Why you don't go Ags. You'd rather have more damage. There's the shard on Hakoda, so you're killing some illusions of Dusa. That's fairly nice, but I understand why you don't go with the quick Ags, because you do want that additional damage, that single target right click, but being able to slow down all the Brewlings, I think in particular, would be such a boon for these team fights. So it would be nice to see the Ags. I guess maybe you get it after the Daedalus, but well, I say that, but he's got Hurricane Pike queued up for now, so it's not even that. Is Stormstormer a little bit alone around this tier 2 tower? Everyone else differently placed. 3 on the smoke from OG as they're rotating back into the mid, but Stormstormer, he's out of here. The tier 2 tower is going to get traded away. Hakoda, though, is going to get found out. I thought, what a blink. He is so quick on his fingers. He should still die. Oh, nope, never mind. Whoopee cushion once again. Oh, my. Wheel of Wonder as well. Can they do anything with this? MRLS is in here as well. Damage on Daze. He's dead. No Doom available. Hakoda made everything happen there. Now here comes the puck. Dream Coil. Yeah, Stormstormer's dead too. Buyback on Daze, but the big spells are already out. The Doom not nearly as valuable as it might otherwise be. Hakoda made every bit of that engagement happen. Tip this man. Oh my God.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think the other way you want to talk about this, Hakoda, our position 4 ringmaster, has been doing a great job, by the way. Has more net worth as they're going to find the Doom once again. That's a dieback, by the way, 75 seconds. He's up on net worth to our Gluttony Doom. Yeah, it's a support Doom. You're maybe not getting as much CS, especially with, you know, Deuce in the game, but this is a max devour Gluttony Doom. One of the benefits of going support Doom is it gives you a lot more farm than a lot of supports get, and this Ringmaster still eclipsing him by about 3,000 gold.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
$19 seconds till the Aegis is done, so you gotta be careful with how you poke. But that Hurricane Pike, bought by Shad primarily because the Tusk found his courier out to the secret shop that was supposed to go get him components of the butterfly. And now you're going to go do that. 3 minutes is how long it would take to actually get the butterfly up, or maybe you smoke out to the secret shop, which is not easy. So he feels like, okay, you know what? I'm going to get something here. At the very least, but Hurricane Pike is not bad. I'm going to buy some, at least I'm going to have something more, some more effective gold into this next fight. And for now, OG, they're smoking up onto the high ground, back into their triangle, trying to see what they can find. They will be able to potentially get this sphere that our Brewmaster is very close to getting. So that's a courier that is dangling if they find it. But they're not going to get Yellow Submarine. They're on the other side of the map, playing on the high ground, playing very safely here because they don't know where OG is. That is going to be the Proto Lincolns, though. So, yeah. Not the entire thing. It doesn't have the ultimate orb, but good enough here to delay the Lincolns for 3 minutes for Infernal, which does mean that he has to be a little bit more careful with how he looks to engage. He can't be the tip of the sphere because he's just going to get doomed theoretically. And then, well, if you know, a Brewmaster without split of this stage of the game is not really where you want to be. It slows the fight down by, you know, just about 14 seconds. You just kind of hide back, wait for the Doom to end, and it's not exactly the fight that Yellow Submarine are looking for. So, wouldn't be surprised to see them wait for a couple minutes until that courier's back up and until Infernal can go and get himself a Lincoln's.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Scan landed on top of Morelli, so Days knew to get out of there. He knew that there was someone running at him off the portal, which is fine. The game just continues here. About 90 seconds until the courier's ready to go, until Brewmaster can get his Lincolns and feel a little bit more comfortable in these fights. Because realistically, you look at what pops Lincolns, it's Doom. Doom does have, yeah, actually Doom has War Stomp, so it really is just Doom. It's Force Staff, it's Spirit Siphon. Oh, Green Coil. Yep, he's just dead. And now Infernal runs in a little bit more, pops the Manta. Hard to see exactly which one it is. Okay, we don't wonder, not really gonna land, but there's the split, trying to get on top of Shad even more, looking for the lift. There we go. But these Brewlings are taking a lot of damage, and the Purge is not killing everything off in time. So gotta be careful here. This split not getting a ton of stuff, but nice prevent there on Stormstormer finding his way, and he's just gonna get taken down. So much damage. But now wait, Bottega, he's gonna go get stoned up. He's dead 100 seconds down the deck, and no buyback. Has not been saving for it. This split from Infernal did not get what it needed to do. And Nixa, you talk about how he's been falling behind. Puck goes second. Dream Coil, so much damage. Decrypt saving a little bit, but Puck looks for a little bit more. Mixa goes in, and Mixa is dead. So now Chad versus the world here, and I don't think they can kill him. They got 3. All the heroes playing around him, but he's still sitting here at almost 2,000 mana to level 25. Every mana is 4 HP. He's sitting here on like, what is that, 6,000 effective HP. He's not going to go down. They cannot kill him without the Lina. Mm-hmm. 2,000 gold was the cost of Bottega's death. That was a lot, and a majority of it, by the way, that was a kill by, who is it by? By Mixa. So that that does a lot to bring Mixa back into this game. He's now very close to that Hex, if that's what he wants to go for. He certainly has a Hex and a Shiva's queued up. We're gonna have to see where he wants to go, but Bottega's up in 3, does have bots, so can get into this fight pretty easily. TP's into the mid wave, and should be able to pick up the smoke from Hakoda as well. That's a 25 for Puck, and a Parasma done as well. Importantly, Puck is about 1,300 gold away from buyback, 500 for Bottega. So if he gets a kill, he's fine. But we are missing some buybacks on these major cores as a long wraparound's gonna go in. They get on top of Doom pretty quickly here, but they're not gonna kill him just yet. And now they can get Lellis. That's gonna be pretty. He gets chucked so hard. And they do Bottega, but he's getting force staffed out of here. Doesn't really care. Now he's gonna go turn on top of Daze. This will be a dead Ringmaster. And Stormstormer tries to go find Daze a little bit more, saved up a little bit, Yule's up here, and that's gonna be enough. Stormstormer gonna get chunked down here as well. Nice decrypt, buy some time. And now just TPing out of here is Bottega. Doesn't want to take this fight anymore. Buyback on the Doom as well, but Infernal's got to get the hell on out of here. No one to support him. They lose the Tusk. That's the buyback. It will be Daze buying back as well as they get Stormstormer on the back side of things. Importantly, Exorcism has been used. Doom has been used. A lot of these big ultimates have been used around the Roche timing, but Roche is up now, and you are missing a decent amount of team fight from Yellow Submarine.
Scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
this invis rune. Morel still got about 3 seconds on the invis rune. Now he's gonna have to back on out of here, but they know where the Deuce is. He's pinging it out, saying, hey guys, maybe we can get something here. And what that actually means is that Bottega's gonna go into the Roche, but it's gonna roar. They had it earlier on, so that does let OG know exactly what's happening. Doom's on cooldown for 30. So this ability to go and shut down the Satanic of Bottega not really gonna be there all that much as a smoke up from OG as 3 once again. Shad runs down the low ground. And by the way, earlier on, Deuce doesn't do a lot of damage. He's got the Daedalus now. He's got the MKB. He's very close. In fact, he's selling out. He's got the Butterfly as well. Well, never mind. Not gonna be Butterfly. Swift Blink as well. He's gonna blink into these fights. He is going to do so much damage. So it really is now on Yellow Submarine to find the edge of the fight. Look at what they're doing here, smoking up around the mid lane, trying to drag OG into an uncomfortable spot as OG smoked onto their high ground. Their vision is very good.
Illusion!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Are you okay?
Well, I tried.
That's great scouting information out. Bulk TPs onto the high ground here because look at what Bottega's doing. Shad blinks on top of him, and that's going to slow him down by quite a bit. It's a lot of damage, but for now, it looks like a Glimmer Cape is going to be able to go and keep him alive. And certainly, you talk about the power of that Satanic. You mentioned how against Adusa for the longest time, it doesn't really matter, right? Unless you get all the mana gone, and then you can go and heal back up. But otherwise, Satanic does not do a lot on the lifesteal. It takes you up. That's nice. But now another smoke from OG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He does link him as well. Very hard to kill him off. First split's gonna go down, and can we get a little bit more? No Dream Coil out just yet. A lot of damage being pumped into mixes. Bottega has to be careful. Yeah, no, if you get Daze down, that's gonna be it. He has no buyback here whatsoever, and he is going to evaporate. There we go. Daze dead, down for 94, and all of a sudden, Bottega can fight this a lot easier. Puck as well as here comes the Dream Coil on top of Mixa. Yeah, there we go. Dream Coil on top of it. This Decrep is making so much space happen, and now Toss on top of the Deuce. Bottega brought right back in. Mixa is staying alive for so long. So many Decrepimize, and all of a sudden, Shad blinks on top of him once again. It's going to be a dead Lina here in this fight. 3 dead on the side of Yellow Submarine, maybe even more. But now buyback comes in from Alcoda. Morelli trying his hardest to go carry this fight. Dream Coil not available. So, okay, Stormstormer gets out of here. Infernal has to cancel his split a little bit early. And Shad is just this turret. Without the Lina, it feels like it is so hard to take this man down. The man is starting to get a little bit low now. But on top of everything else, Mixa under so much threat. This entire fight has not gone down. These chain decreps keeping him alive, giving him that time to get multiple Spirit Siphons off. And it really does feel like we're just running into a damage problem for Yellow Submarine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Deuce has about 15,000 EHP right now. It's 5 times 2,700 plus 1638, and that actually has armor that matters. This Deuce is soaking so much freaking damage. And that disperser you were talking about, that's not what Lina has queued up right now. He got bots too. I think he recognizes that he's not like fighting. The only way you kill Shad is if Shad is the only hero remaining in the fight at the end of things. So maybe better play for a little bit maneuverability and make sure that you don't get just like jumped on top of. You can have a little bit more move speed, play a little bit further back as MRLS gets himself the Invis rune. That means that he's gonna be able to play a little bit further forward. There, I don't see a ton of sentries. Okay, there's a high ground sentry for OG right now, so they're gonna be able to see that one. Bottega moves into the Roach Pit once again. He's gonna roar, and now OG's aware of what's happening once again. But as you talked about, this fight, a lot more tools for Yellow Submarine as Shad blinks in, doesn't find the damage he's looking for. They can't jump on him because the minute they go on Shad, Stormstormer goes in, breaks the fight open. These are very technical fights that we're looking at. I don't think, I know you said the wards really, I don't think they saw him. I think he blinked in out of ward vision straight into the pit, so they don't know. Yeah, they got no idea that it's happening. Roche now goes down, Ags, Refresher, Cheese, all those good things, and all of a sudden this, oh, okay, they're gonna find RMLS as well. He's dead immediately. He does have buyback. He did spend it earlier, but he's gonna be fine for now. But you talked about how this game earlier on felt like it was getting really hard for OG to make the fights they need. At this point, you got 2 lives. That's effectively 30,000 damage you got to do to this Dusa, plus any healing he's going to get, any healing Shad's going to get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Bottega's
has fallen.
not super interested in going back here. He's got bots. He's got 7,800 gold in the bank. And he's just like, he's like, we're just giving this up. That's fine. I'm not super interested in just defending one set of racks. It's not worth it. Let's just buy the time for this Tusk to come back up, which is fair. And it is 50 minutes in, so it's not like one set of racks does that much. As they put down, that wasn't 2 banners, was it? I saw one like long timed out banner and 1 fresh banner. He is 7 slotted at this point. It's almost like having the Aegis is great because you can just go in there and do all your damage and be fine. But it's almost like you don't want to, right? Because you just have way too many items as you're just trying to figure out exactly what you want to do. Is okay, Infernal gets jumped on top of, tossed back a little bit. He's gonna have to pop the split, but silenced here. That's something he does not have the answer to. Manta's not ready to go. He's dead. Does have buyback, but 100 seconds on the deck, and this should mean at least maybe it's a buyback. Otherwise, tier 2, as we see Dreamcore on top of Daze. Nullifier lasts just in time, but Daze is going to fall down. He does not have buyback, so no Doom in this next fight. Did he buy something for that? Okay, there's a buyback as well. What are we going to do here? Exo is popped. Amp damage there, about 3/4 of the way done on Shad. Is this, my God, the damage on these Brewlings. You cannot fight that, but BKB now done here for Shad. He's gonna have to wait a little bit longer, and maybe we can find a chase. Puck with Blink, with Dreamcoil, with Illusory Orb is a very good chasing hero. And the Exorcism is going to be done pretty soon as well. 75% done on that one. More Broodlings here. Tossing up Dusa in the air. Stormstormer behind him, looking to go find space, but they're aware of where he is. Certainly now, it's only one. Okay, so split is available. Refresher is done. As Shad blinks out of here, will take some damage now in the army. Yellow Submarine continues to move forward, getting on top of him as well. Pops the BKB, trying to buy some space. Tosses in the Tusk on top of things, but the wheel is buying so much time here, and that is going to be a dead Mixa. Can you take Shad down, though? It's so much damage. So the Broodling's just going to toss him up for now, trying to see if they can kill off the rest of OG. It's so much damage, but there we go. We'll take it now, start to lay into him. That's the damage you need. If it's anyone else You don't kill the Dusa, but Bottega's there. He's doing everything he needs to. There's the chain stuns on top of things. Do we have... Nope, doesn't matter. Not enough here. Just enough purges in time. Lelis will fall as well. Mix a bot back here as well. No buyback on the Dusa, you're right. And they're sitting on the other side of the map, very close to the high ground of OG. Okay, here we go.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm back. And I've got a few ideas.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, the best way you can play this game of Stormstorm is you can look for a blink there on top of the Doom, and they're going to be able to go drop the Doom on top. And there we go, nice save on Snowball as the Dream Coil goes in as well. Force staffing him all over the place, but the Deuce is going to kill off Bottega. No way. The Doom at the very least. Oh, okay, Box a little bit more. No way, Jose. Absolutely not. The Doom's going to kill him off at the end. Bottega's dead. Ringmaster as well, and you just got to run here. The buyback on chat gets Bottega down. And surely that's going to force a buyback as well. We saw the lines drawn. OG running onto the other side of the map here. They know the fight they just took. They know what they have to do. If they can get the buyback from Bottega, probably worthwhile. If there's some way that Yellow Submarine can wait this out without having to spend the buyback on their Lina, they're going to be very happy. But that's 72 seconds, and OG's already on the other side of the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was Dream Coil and Nullifier, but at the very least, he's going to have the Outworld Staff, soak some damage. And first Dream Coil, not doing a ton. Yeah, Split as well is going to lift Shad up in the air. 40 seconds on this Lina, and the Wind Panda, probably the most important one in this game, is going to go down. So they're going to pop Exorcism now. 17 seconds for the Tusk, 30 seconds for this Lina. Tier 2, second set of racks is going to fall. They're going to look for the third as Mixa or Morelli kind of alone here. He's trying to cut the wave, buy some space, but they're on to the tier 3s with 15 seconds. Is it worth megas to get a second life on this Lina?
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
All right. Lina has almost 10,000 gold, 5,000 which is buyback. What is this final item for Lina? Is it a moon shard? Are you banking probably not a flame cloak? I'm actually really surprised there hasn't been a shard at this point, right? Just giving yourself an extra shield. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Stormstormer. Maybe the smoke on the bottom side, but Infernal is going to reveal himself, so Stormstormer should be aware of this one. Yeah, he's going to get out of here, so that smoke's not going to find anything. By the way, okay. Rapier on Shad. That's a lot more damage. As we were talking about this Lina, by the way. She still hasn't bought, she's got 7,000 gold surplus. That's like 2 items.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
For now, around this Roche pit once again, but Stormstormer's gonna get out of here. Okay, OG, they're smoked as 5. This fight can get, you know, we talk about who is the advantage here. We are 58 minutes into this game. It does not matter. Whoever gets the good engagement, whoever's gonna be able to go get the doom off or kills off, you know, one of these saving supports, that's going to define the fight, not necessarily the net worth lead, advantage, disadvantage, but we are also about 90 seconds away from the 60-minute items, Rojo, which means that I would assume, I mean, they are smoked out. They're trying to see if they can find something around this Roche pit, but 60-minute items here. They're a bunch of very, very good ones. You go get a lamp on top of Bottega, keep him alive off the re-engage. A bunch of things. Like I would not be surprised to see them just sit here and try to get those 60-minute items before we properly start to try to contest the next objective.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, nice kick there on top of Daze. Bots 2 on top of him. Stormstormer finds his way in as well. But okay, tosses back in this Tusk, and he should die. Shards are very good, but no buyback on this Tusk. But look at the damage from Lina from the low ground. That is going to be a dead Doom, but he's going to buy back immediately. And remember, Tusk bought out for the Ags. 600 gold he needs for buyback. So at the end of the day, 5 versus 4 for the next 70 seconds. Roche is up guaranteed in 36. I mean, I was going to ask if you think that's worth it, but Morelli has literally not died this game, so extra 20% outgoing damage. If you're not dying, it's fine. You know, you're not going to lose out on that one. Whoa.
Radiant are scattered.
The shard is so value. Yeah, you had a 5-man dream coil. It's minus armor against the entire team in a significant way. Yeah, it does zero out. For now, Roche contested on the bottom side. By the way, Titanic Helm of the Undying for this Brewmaster, so he's gonna be fine. Oh my god, the damage! He's dead. He's immediately buy back into this one. That's fine. Roche is gonna go down for Shad though. He's gonna wait. Stormstormer takes the Aegis. I don't think that's what you meant to do there. But for now, it's gonna be a buyback. Daze on the back side. He does not get his Doom off. Dead for 120 seconds. Now Shad, no buyback. Not just yet. 1,000 gold away from that one if he even has the timer, and does not have the Aegis. It's a kickback on Stormstormer. That will be his first life. Gets purged away. So the Decrep not keeping him alive. Here's going to try to respawn once again as they set up around this second life. Stormstormer, though, is going to be able to find his way out. Shad jumps in once again. Hex on top of Bottega. He's going to fall down once again, and now there's no damage. Shad will not die in this fight anymore. This Rapier does way too much. They will kill off Stormer at the end as Morelli refreshes. Maybe thinking he can get a little bit more, but the Dream Coil is not going to land. He gets force-staffed out in time and getting saved by Lelis anyways. So it's 107 seconds on the deck for Bottega, and Morelli now is going to get hexed up. We talked about he hasn't died this game. Now he is. Benefit of not taking Divine Regalia. He's going to buy back into this fight immediately. Importantly, though, what matters is Dakota dies the backside. There is no carry for Yellow Submarine for the next 90 seconds, and it's a Rapier on the side of Ardusa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, if you get a good double, well, I don't think we have the cooldown just yet, but you get a good Dream Coil, it's a lot of damage. And if you can separate, right? If you can go and separate the fight away from Chad, they're gonna pop the split here. Just lifts Chad up in the air. They're gonna maybe try and mix it, but he's got a shield rune. He's not gonna go down. So first split really not finding all that much. They're just hiding away. Mixon hunting the Brewlings as now they're gonna go on to tier 4s. 20 seconds exactly. And backdoor protection, they were able to cut the waves for the time being, so it's not really doing a lot of damage on these towers just yet. About half the time remaining on this setup, on this exorcism, and it looks like they will be able to claim Megas at the end. Stormer, nice Manta there on the force stab as well. Stormer now has to get on out of here. Punch as well, but it's just so much damage. Mega's gonna go down. That's a dead Tusk. 120 seconds down the deck, and Bottega, he's back up here, but the Stone Gaze is going to be able to force the disconnect for now. They're going to be able to get on out of here. They get Megas. It's now a 100-second timer where there's no kickback, no save from this Tusk. And Doom is ready to go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, 15 seconds till the split. And now we do have the Savory Block, or the Savory Guard, ready to go for Mixon for just a little bit longer. He's living quite a bit here. It's now tossed back on top of this Lina. And he saves? Absolutely not. He's doomed. No way lives anymore. Bottega had the Courier. He had the Rapier on the Courier, but it just taken down before they even get there. They've got to make the defense without the Tusk, without the Lina. Morelli's going to get hexed. It's a lot of damage from this Dream Coil, and it's not enough just yet. Well, wait a minute. Here's, yeah, no, game's over. They're just going to be able to take the Ancient down. Does not matter. OG clutch it out at the very end. This game was dicey for quite a while, but the Rapier buy off of Shad turns it around to the end. Yellow Submarine to the lower bracket, and OG, they move forward.
Wee's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wee's turn to pick.
Dire team pick.
Warlock.
This is so, the circles are overwhelming here. We have Dream Coil, we have Rock, we have RP. You're gonna go like you get one of them, you get all three, and it's just gonna be disgusting. So this has all of a sudden become a very difficult game for Team Next Level to look to fight into. They have a lot of single target. Sure, you got Terrorize and Malone, that's fine, but Bane is this single target hero that is, you know, again, it's gonna lock down one target. Could lock down the puck if you're lucky, but then Magnus goes and secures you. I conceptually, I do like the concept for one win for this last pick. We're not there just yet, but for something that would buy a vessel, but it's hard to think of any carry heroes because I think that's what we're looking for that wants to go for that.
Dire team ban.
Night Stalker.
Ooh. Yes.
Wee's turn to ban.
It is, you just get on top. Puck doesn't care about Doom. Puck doesn't care about stuns, but you just get on top of him with an AoE silence for what, 7 seconds or something. Puck is not, that gives you room to get the rest of the rest of lockdown down. It is
10 seconds remaining.
I think at one point, if you look at Dota buff, Night Stalker was the single hardest counter to Puck in the game. I don't know if it is right now. I mean, certainly we don't see a ton of Night Stalker, but you're right. This is a banger of a Night Stalker pick. Assuming your other lanes do well enough and you're able to get enough out of the lane that you're not just kind of obliterated. Good news though is this looks like it is. I mean, I don't think this is a core dazzle, but it's likely not a 5 dazzle. Right, that's going to be the Warlock. So your lane should be a little bit easier than if you're you're a Night Stalker getting clicked down by Poison Touch and just being very unhappy with how things are going. Mm-hmm.
Wee's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. Ban.
Yeah, so for now it does seem like One Win is of the opinion that this is a carry Shadow Fiend. They ban out the Void Spirit, they ban out the Tiny, so kind of these two playmaking, initiating mid laners, which would be good, right? Certainly Tiny is a solid, and we've talked about how much of a counter that is to Puck in lane theoretically. You know, it doesn't always work out like that, but theoretically that's how that works out. I still think this is a world. I'm not as 100% sold that this is a carry Shadow Fiend as One Win is. As we take a look again, you're banning out the Life Stealer because Night Stalker just does not want to lane into the Life Stealer. Maybe get rid of the Monkey King would be the last ban. You know, like Shadow Fiend doesn't want to fight in Wukongs. I guess Willow Terrorize does a good job of getting you out of Wukongs.
Dire team pick.
Wee's turn to pick.
Dragon Knight.
Okay.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
I like that. We were talking about, I conceptually at like the third pick, I'm like, I'd like to see a spirit vessel hero if possible, because you have, life steal from your Y, you have this willow that's able to heal up, etc. But and now with the DK as well, that's tons of armor, tons of regen. So getting a Doom is effectively a spirit vessel every 90, 120 seconds. It does a lot of damage. You just go Doom the DK if you need to, Doom your Y. There's a lot of really good Doom targets, and you talk about being active with this Midas buy, Midas sell, Midas buy, Midas sell thing. Milkushi gets there. I should get to his items very quickly and still have that ability to scale into the game, be greedy, be active at the same time. Yes. Yes. Triple S looked great in the series he played yesterday, so maybe you got a little bit more of a bodyguard. I forget actually who what was the 4 when we saw Fade playing Dazzle yesterday. What was that? That was they had a 4 Dawnbreaker.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her business.
Prepare for battle.
Yes. This will do just fine. Yes. This will do just fine.
Well, luckily, if you look at Dazzle's model, you don't have much to give, so you're fine. But yeah, I think conceptually, all right, DK into Puck, that is a matchup that DK should do very well in. Is a bit of a late smoke as we try to invade into the triangle. Dual raise, playing around, but he should be fine for now. I don't know if they go down the low ground here in Norma. Run forward. He is smoked, so he should be able to pop his and. Well, it doesn't have the night vision, right? It's not quite nighttime just yet, but they run in, they run out, don't even really drop a ward. And at the end of things, as we take a look at the setup here, it looks like it is most likely just going to be a 2 for 2.
The battle begins.
Well, actually, he is, and Norma did get the bounty bottom side. Flacco is not going to be able to get the deny from Fernandes. Y shows up here, so that is massive, actually. Make it Sweet and Strong getting the kill, who cares? But equally as important as everything else is that the bounty runes, okay, they're just ignoring this top bounty rune. I guess they assumed that it was taken. So I was going to talk about how, you didn't get 3 for 1, but that is still a possibility. No one's checking it. Rojo. It's just being ignored. Ooh, Ferdinand's, he's got the healing word on him as well, but yeah, he's gonna be able to go to Shadow Realm, pop a stick if he needs to, and actually doesn't have a stick, but gonna be able to get himself some regen, and he's gonna be fine. There are some very clear guidelines for when Core Dazzle is good. If you're against a melee hero, I mean double melee extra, that doesn't jump on top of you, like, you know, a Monkey King can be a miserable matchup for a Core Dazzle because he just goes into the trees and jumps on top of you, and it's like, great, I have no way to get out of this easily. But if it's a melee hero that doesn't have a good way to jump on top of you, that's what you're looking for. This is a double ranged matchup that has a bunch of ranged nuke power. That is like the opposite of a good Dazzle lane. So he's going to suffer. It's not going to be an easy one for him, as Mokushi is having a pretty nice lane for himself, all things considered. With the power of Scorched Earth and Fatal Bond together, you do a lot of split damage. It's I mean, I guess, yeah, they got a skewer back. I don't know exactly how they got this. Okay, so conceptually here, 2 points of poison touch, 18% slow. You're able to make that happen. You're able to slow the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't have boots. Oh no, he does have boots. He went boots first, so I can't say that one. And you slow him down by 18%, and then you can go get a skewer off the shockwave slow. So maybe that's what it is, but this is not a lane where UI is supposed to be dying at all. I was going to be able to go and sleepwalk him away. Now Sweet Strong has to be careful. Not quite in range for the third raise, so that's going to be okay. But yeah, this power of this sleepwalk to make sure that the Dazzler can't get a second hit in on Poison Touch, and also just, you know, making sure you set up for the raises conceptually is very strong. So even while right now we do see the Shadow Fiend that is actually down in CS by about 6 CS to the Dazzle. We're going to see just how much damage they can find. Is looking for the skewer back from Flacco, but yeah, there we go. You just evaporate him. And now, Sweet and Strong, congratulations. You brought the Bane with you. He's going to continue to click you, and it's not really going to be all that comfy. He's got a salve to get himself right back up to full. So yeah, he got the kill early. That was massive. Why? He's going to be able to make the trade happen, and it's only gonna get, it does not get easier for this lane for one win.
Dire are scanning.
He did, but now it's two stuff. He refreshes the lasting presence stack. So now Dazzle is a hero that does not want to be in this lane at all. 5 armor versus, what are we at? -7. Yeah, he's taking like, what is that, 18% or something more damage if he just gets within clicking range of your Y. So the fact that you were able to get the kill, okay. Yeah, you're getting clicked. This is the... He's dead.
Stay healthy, stay moving.
Shadow Wave!
No. This was supposed to be, unless maybe they know something I don't. This actually is a lane that Dazzle is supposed to win, but I don't think it is. This was supposed to be a lane that Bane Shadow Fiend just won. And now the fact that it's drawing equal I mean, it's kind of a similar idea from the mid lane as well, where DK is supposed to really win, and he's drawn ahead now. He's about 700 gold ahead of the puck, but Squadix is doing better than you would expect a puck in this DK matchup to do. Nice setup here for the triple raise. One body blocking, looking for the second. Is going to try to find the third, but it's not quite there. And okay, he'll be fine. Big heal on the shadow wave, but not quite enough. And importantly here, though, these are kills on Flacco that Flacco is getting, not UI. So he's not getting those stacks. Yeah, bottom side, Kasane will go down. Doom has to TP out. Looks like we don't have any stuns for that, but they should get sweet. Yep, he's on the high ground. Any vision here? Yes, we do. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kind of interesting as well. And part of it is, I guess, you do have value in. We were seeing Triple S. He was holding his level 6 point for about a minute, maybe a little bit less, which is, I think, is surprising because Novel Projection, it makes all of your other spells so much better. Like, it is by far probably the most powerful spell that Dezel has. I mean, sure, Poison Touch is fantastic, but it's often hard to get in there and apply a Poison Touch until you have Novel Projection in a lot of these fights. So, he held off on it, but it's going to be fine as you talk about those Ancients. And he's got a lot of stacks to retire back to. This Ag's timing that we often see it really is the strongest point that a Dazzle is going to have. It's not as good as it used to be. It does not go like insane damage and like double the damage you're doing, but it does still provide a lot of healing, does still provide a decent amount of damage, and a lot of splitting there on the Poison Touch as well.
Dark light.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning.
No.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's still living. He will die eventually. And okay, there we go. That's the level 6. Doom on top of this DK as well. And they're going to try to chase him down. Dual Rays didn't want to join this fight. Very nice there. Fernand, 71 damage, gets the deny. I mean, obviously, you'd rather not die, and you will lose the tier 1 most likely, but first Doom not giving Makushi all that much. Oh, yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this is why. Yeah. This is why it's such a good Night Stalker game. You just get on top of these supports and there's like nothing they can do. So Kasane will fall. We get anything more though. Puck is the ideal, but no blink. Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Playing around with him maybe.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does. He's taking up quite a bit here. Pops the dragon form. I don't know how much more he's going to be able to get done, especially with this novel projection going, splitting poison on top of everyone, hexing up Flacco a little bit. But it's easy to kind of disrespect this Dazzle, especially now that he's been nerfed a little bit. But on these novel projection timings, Dazzle is very scary. You play so far away from the fight and you're able to go hex to everyone, and Poison Touch does a ton of damage. And in the late game, sure, you're just kind of this extra healer. But for right now, on this timing, yeah, just got to back up for the time being. And by the way, Perfect.is is level 10. He's really been benefiting from these stacks. As a smoke out, is going to go try to find Kasane. Blinks in, should be able to get him down. But Dual Raise, the mid laner. That's going to hit his level 10, but he's actually falling behind on Perfect.is. Just the power of those ancient stacks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, it just really holds Makushi back. Yeah, Flacco's dead.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, Squadix is going to go get Sleepwalk right there on top. Dual Raise gets the blink on top of Squadix, but no, not at all. Actually, he's not doomed. I guess I really thought he was going to, and Makushi now not able to get the kill just yet. Fernand's on the backside. He's going to get evaporated here, but Dual Raise actually does survive. Now they're going to look for a bit of rejoinder, and Norma, he's here. No blink. So he is Night Stalking. I think it was the latter. I don't. Yeah, I don't know if Terrorize landed. Yeah, I don't think anything canceled it. I think it just thought they had the damage, and oh yeah. Yeah, he, the start of this game, you were asking about, oh, actually hold that thought, because bottom side, Norma is going to try to go, and we'll be able to go, okay, Fiend's Grip for it, but sure, fine, you get the kill on Kasane. This healing word is healing way too much, but you get the kill at the end. You said that Dazzle had to make sure to not feed his ass off. I think we can say in this game, at least thus far, that he still has firm hold of both cheeks and is just about where he needs to be. I mean, I'm not sure where he builds from here, whether you go kind of healing vessel, full support, whether you go for something else, but RP there on top of the Shadow Realm Willow, and he's just, yep, evaporated. The power of the Axe, man. It is still a lot of damage.
Dire are scanning.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
All right, this is no, absolutely. This is the blink reveal for Norma as well. He did a really nice job of holding the courier back when he was in the wave, so really not showing what was happening whatsoever. Actually, I think yeah, he probably showed on vision on the high ground ward that one win have in the next level triangle, but yeah, that's just a big cooldown, and it's going to be not the easiest thing to fight for the next little bit of time. But Norma, he's got 108 seconds before he's really happy in his ability to go get on top of Squadix and shut him down. So now a smoke is 4 out from 1 win into the triangle, hoping to catch a straggler, maybe running backwards, and they're just going to rotate. Norma, though, looks like he wants to go take the portal. I would maybe not actually, so he has to be careful here. Very well done, and that buys a lot of time, right, Norma? 70 seconds until he has his ultimate, about 2 minutes until nighttime, which is when, I mean, obviously Night Stalker doesn't want to play in the daytime without their ultimate all that much. It's kind of in the name. Now, there is an amp damage in the north side of the map here. No one with the bottles all that close to taking it at the time being. It seems like Fernand's is just going to claim that for himself. Away we go. Okay.
By my demon staff.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He is, but he drops the Terrify for now. Certainly with, as he sits in Shadow Realm, hard to kill him, but yep, there are more here. So it's just going to buy some time. Does bodyguard for your Y, so your Y gets out. I continue to be impressed by how strong the extra HP gain you get in with Pixie Dust. Like, it is... It's just like he's taking so much, like he should, the ground targeted damage should kill him, right? And then he's like, oh yeah, I'm actually full HP, it's fine, don't worry about it. Like, what is this? This is... Yeah, but the Tormentor spawns on bottom because it's Night Stalker. This is... Oh yeah, now AoE Brain Stab as well, so all of a sudden Bane's gonna start to get a lot more money in this game. But this is one of the benefits of playing a hero that you don't run into all that often. It's like, okay, who plays Night Stalker? You just don't have it in your head. Even rationally, you know, the night range swaps day and night, so Tormentor should be top versus bottom. You're not thinking about it. And then you just give away a Tormentor for free that you really were trying to play around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dazzle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm with you. You're right. It's a little worrying. Always, it will always be scary to be fighting into Dream Coil RP Rock. Like, if you do not have, if Norma does not find these backline heroes, it does not nullify them at the start of the fight, make it very hard for them to get their spells off. Those circles are going to cause problems for Team Next Level. But if you can be really regimented in how you take the fight, as a Flacco, he's gonna break the smoke, holds the high ground. Mokushi tries to run at him, but already the sleepwalk is there, and that smoke is not gonna do anything. Squad X blink low ground when he should have gone high, and now, I mean, sure, they're gonna get the shield rune, and that's always gonna be very nice, but this smoke was revealed, and well, Bane just breaks your ankles.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Yeah, they got a 4,000 net worth lead for a reason. Trading the tier 2 bottom for first Roche is again just a very classic trade. And I look at this, it's like, okay, so what is the point where one win is gonna really, I mean, they've been trying to hit these smokes and they just really haven't been finding all that much. But I look at this later game, BKB's done on Norma now, so he's really gonna be able to hunt these backlines. But Triple S, okay, he's changed his mind. I wasn't sure I'm the biggest fan of this. He was going Shard into Holy Locket, and technically, if you're disabled, you can pop Melt the Projection, you can save yourself. That doesn't work if you're silenced, and he is going to be one of these primary targets that Norma gets on top of him. So he's going to change his mind. BKB is going to give him a similar bit of utility. Just you pop BKB so you can get the projection off. But that takes a lot longer to get to. So even as we are seeing one win trying to play around with his first Roche and the Aegis on Squad X, they do. Yep. Oh, nice blink. Yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A dazzling day.
I mean, it's funny, right? This is a game where two teams have been trying so hard to get pickoffs against each other, and just really nice defensive play on both sides. Like, the most you're getting is the support here or there. It's just really not turning into all that much as the tier 1 mid will fall. Now, a lot of pressure on tier 2 top, and even with a fort, it should eventually go down. But I think the biggest win here is the fact that we're now a Dark Ascension on cooldown for another 100 seconds. And that is, again, that thing that we've been talking about that shuts down this crazy team fight from one win. Fernand's got to be careful here. Running away. He's going to run right into things. And he does have a Yules, and that will purge a decent amount of stuff. Pops the Shadow Realm. Terrorize as well. He's going to try to TP out of here. No, but Dream Coil. He's dead. Does force a Dream Coil, though. That's always going to be rather nice. Unfortunately, Bedlam doesn't do a lot of damage. And they're going to find the Bane in the mid lane. So a couple kills go down here. How do you feel about this nullifier on the way from our Night Stalker? Obviously, it's kind of a classic item, very good, but I don't see there's a ton to nullify this game. And like conceptually, if you're trying to counter the puck, a basher through that BKB, it feels just like it's a much more valuable item.
Haste.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now a bright one.
Oh, but they find the blink on the backside. Doom on the DK. Squadix starting to take some damage, but not a lot just yet. UI doesn't. He hits hard, but not hard enough. Yeah. Very awkward here. Norma half damage on the Dazzle, but not enough just yet. Puck did die though. All right. There's no real stuns unless they want to drop a rock, but yeah, Kasane is... Yeah. I'm not sure what happened there as well, because Squadix, his BKB was never used. Still on 9-second charge, so I did not expect to see him die whatsoever. Now, this Night Stalker is getting stalked on the north side of the map. They ping him out. Yeah, he has no idea this is happening. This should be... Yep. Okay, there's the Blink BKB, or there's the Blink RP. I don't know they had the RP. I think they could have just skewered him back, but it is a dead Night Stalker right outside of the tier 3 tower. So maybe you put some pressure on, but it's not like this lineup really takes towers all that well. It's a Doom, and Puck isn't even there. And actually, Puck has to be a little bit careful. He does have the BKB, and he will scan out the stalking UI with the Silver Edge. But actually, you can see Fernandes, and he's going to try to get on top of Fernandes. That's very dicey here. Looks for the Requiem. He's going to get feared. Any more stuns? Terrorize as well. Squadix is dead. BKB popped as well, and now he's getting the hell on out of here. Absolutely worth doing, even if you lose Fernandes. No, Shadow Rob, he's out. Oh my. He saw the scan, and he thought it was just Fernandes, a hero he could kill. Had no idea about the Shadow Blade on this SF. What's kind of interesting as well in this game, we'll often see Dooms go and they'll like buy 5 minuses over the course of the game. You buy, you sell, you buy, you sell. I think it only has been the one. I could have just been missing it, but I think it's only been the one for Minkushi, because there's been so much pressure, right, coming out of the side of Team Next Level. Just like in terms of, you always need to be able to fight here with how much power they have, that I don't think he's felt that he's had the space to get more minuses out. We go kind of using the facet there as the smoke's gonna go deep into one win side of it. This is not an easy position to fight into, but the Puck is on the north side. It's not really there, and there's no tier 2 to teleport to. Gets right on top of 2. That is a beautiful go on to Kasane before he can drop the rock, and yeah, dead immediately. But Norma has to get on out of here. He will be doomed, but Spirit Vessel saves. Now UI gets on top. Rock's gonna go break it out for now, but the Fiend's Grip means that he at the very least survives very nicely. But now there's a Dream Coil. UI has to get on out of here. RP as well, and yeah, okay, this is a disaster now. Dual Ray's trying to do what he can on the buyback from Sweden Strong, trying to kill him twice if he can, but there's the grave. And now with no BKB, 4 dead on the side of Team Next Level. They got Sweden Strong. That's the buyback, sure, but they didn't get anyone else.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
There is... Yeah, there is no way, by the way, to prevent this Nala projection from going out, especially once... Actually, I believe he has the... Yeah, he's got the shard, so there's no way. You jump on top of him with silence, he's got the BKB. That's fine that he can get the... It really, there is no way to prevent him from getting his projection off, like short of an abyssal with the silence, which is not going to happen for forever for our Night Stalker. Now... sorry?
Radiant are scanning.
He's going to go down immediately. No rock really available either. Sorry, Fiend's Grip on Makushi, but he's going to be able to kill the Bane on the backside as Norman has to run as the BKB is over, snaps the Dream Coil. He's dead. And this doomed DK will be able to find his way on out now. But they lose Norma. They do get Kasane for it. It is a buyback. And now he does have rock available, so that should make it very difficult for Team Next Level to go contest the Roche. And this 2, 3, 4, occasionally a net worth lead that Team Next Level has been nursing over the first 27 minutes of this game, it's now flipped in the other direction. 4K on the side of one win. This team fight that we were talking about from the start of the game is looking very difficult to fight into.
Your song has fallen to the Radiant. Dire are scanning.
Killing spree.
Yeah, talk about this Doom, by the way. He does bonus damage to pretty much everyone but the big course. That's going to Dream Coil going down. Snaps it intentionally to buy some space. Silver Edge is there, but now there's the rock as well. And UI is just going to explode here. Swing Strong's going to try to see what he can find, but he's going to get stunned up a little bit. Nullified, doesn't matter. Fernand's, he's dead to Squadix as well. And this game has exploded just like UI has. It was looking really good for the first bit of time here. The timings were working out. We were getting the items we needed. And then this just big BKB timings coming out of one win, hitting their teamfight ultimates. That fight on the bottom side is just, the game flips on a corner, and now it looks very hard for Next Level to do what they want to do.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
This is one of those awkward games. Like, Shadow Fiend does a lot of damage. It doesn't have any lasting presence. Like, he doesn't have any bonus stacks, sure, but he does a lot of damage. The problem is that over and over again, he's not allowed to stand and deliver. Multiple BKB piercing stuns, multiple ways to dive on top of him once the BKB is over. He's just not allowed to play the game that he'd like to play. Now, he's up in 10 seconds as the first set of racks will fall down, and a big smoke coming out of Team Next Level. They're trying to wrap around here, ideally catching some stragglers, maybe getting Sweet and Strong before anything gets started. He does have RP. The rock is now 60 seconds from being ready to go, and we find Squadix here. He's dangling pretty hard, gets the stun, terrorize as well. Do you have enough to chain it together? Yep, he's dead. That's a big deal. Mancusi, though, tries to blow up this Bane. He has what he needs to get out of here. They're kind of zoning around. They don't want to fight the Doom right now. They're trying to find the stragglers, not on top of BO3. They're not going to find him for the time being. Never mind, they will. Norma gets on top of him here. Will be able to shallow grade himself. TP away, and he's going to get on out. So that's going to be fine. The rest of One Win seem like they're going to be able to get out here as well. But you get the puck, you get a tier 1 tower, you force a BKB out of BO3.
Radiant's top
Just
tower
very close to getting just a lot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top
Being strong and brought in here, and Doom on top of the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't have buyback, by the way, so he's got to run on out here. Good Hex, Flacco. Keep him safe. That's the power of this Dazzle. He's just to fight. Good luck on that one. Mancusi takes some damage, but he knows cool guys don't look at explosions. And he runs out of there, so there needs to be some way to prevent the Doom getting on top of this Shadow Fiend over and over again. And we have just seen Team Next Level consistently unable to prevent that from happening.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
This is Megas if they want it.
Has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
No, not really. The decision to not have he's 1,000 gold away from the Demon Edge. He decided to buy the recipe for the Daedalus instead of staying for buyback, which I gotta question that one. But now they're gonna get on top of Doom. Terrorize is gonna kind of land here as Norma gets on top of the backside. He needs to kill off Kasane before anything's ready. And Kasane, though, gets saved by the Dazzle. There's the bodyguard. Get back, Mr. President. Kasane, man, the healing app here with Kasane's healing word, Shadow Word. He just goes straight back up to full. If they can't kill him, it's going to be a buyback from the Night Stalker as the Shadow Fiend comes back up. Comes back up. But without Dark Ascension, what are you supposed to do here as a Night Stalker? Yep. 30 seconds till nighttime, so at the very least that's a little bit better. Now they get on top of the backside here, but RP just means it's not going to work. Layering the circles down, Doom on this DK as well. No buyback. And that's going to do it here. One win, early game, a little bit scary maybe with the draft coming out of Team Next Level, but they buy the time and then the circles win. Victories. The team fight here, it feels impossible to fight into for Team Next Level, and One Win takes game 1.
One Wheeze
Dire
turn
team
to
ban.
ban.
10 seconds remaining.
One Wheeze turn to ban. One Wheeze turn to ban.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
One Wheeze turn to pick.
I am kind of interesting as well. And we saw just how thick and fast the bans were coming out up until this last ban. That actually took quite a while, but first 6 bans or so, they knew exactly what they wanted. I mean, it's not, it's TA, it's bad, it's not good, it's fine. Axe is gonna be the response here. Now, Axe, obviously, Shadow Fiend doesn't tend to be that tanky of a hero, does a ton of damage. Axe loves kind of fighting into the blade mail there, but if this is a safe lane Shadow Fiend, Axe eating a couple raises, that's not necessarily the easiest thing to lane straight up. Now, of course, you could just kind of lane skip and you'll probably be fine.
5 seconds
but
remaining.
I don't know. Kind of an interesting. I mean, actually, I guess I'm really surprised that Axe is still through the pool. Like, generally, it's banned out by now.
One Wheeze turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, spending a lot of time on this last ban into the phase. They might be thinking about banning the puck out themselves, actually. I mean, they do have the pick for it if they want to get it. I get talking about this. I guess you would actually rather have a safe lane. If you do have a BKB disabled, I think you still probably would prefer a safe lane Shadow Fiend versus the mid lane Shadow Fiend that wants to blink in and Requiem and mess with everyone a little bit. So I'm sure they are. What do you think they're thinking about? This is a solid like minute and a half that they're considering on this last ban.
One Wheeze turn
Dire
to pick.
team pick.
Okay. No, and I mean, they banned out the Beast. Bane hates multi-target heroes. Obviously, there's no
5 seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
as well, which would be like the big carry multi-unit thing that goes and messes with the Bane. Tusk is gonna be the pick. That's just very stable, gives you saves. That's always gonna be very nice. Pangolier as well gives you an option to get on top of the Bane. But on the flip side, Pangolier can just get Fiend's Gripped in the Rolling Thunder and just not find a lot of value. So it really will be very much on whether Pango can get the initiation there.
10 seconds
I was gonna
remaining.
ask how you feel about something like, it's probably too early in the Axe, probably messing with it too much, but you know, something like a Lycan or something like that. Again, I see Bane and I think, how much stuff can we get on top of him to really make his life miserable? Not sure. The Axe might cover that a little bit too much though. And there's the buck. Okay.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Dire team pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Man, Naga would be great here for, obviously it's banned, but Naga would be incredible for Team Next Level at this stage in the draft. I mean, taking a look at what exists, you know, you just nullify the axe call, nullify the Fiend script. It would be very nice.
Remaining.
Of course, not available as we talked about. I agree. I'll buy your silencer pick.
Remaining. Dire team back.
Maybe something like a Shaker. Tiny's gonna be what they go for actually, and so that means likely we know our 3 big cores at this point. Carry Shadow Fiend, offlane Pango, most likely mid Tiny. I don't think this is a 4 Tiny. So all these flexes now, all of a sudden, they're pretty much locked in for Team Next Level. They're missing a 4 or 5, depending on how they want that to go. I'm a little surprised they took so many flexes off the table this early.
Ten seconds remaining.
One Wii's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, reverberating silence is no longer a thing, so it's a lot easier to deal with the global now. Just like a single BKB takes it off, or a Manta, or a Yules, or like anything, right? So it's not nearly as scary there, which I assume is why teams aren't focusing it as much. But yeah, just that ability, that brief period of cancel and disengage is incredibly useful for Next Level this game if they can find something that does it.
Dire team pick.
One Wii's turn to pick.
They just picked up. Yep. I liked the Doom ban. We saw how many issues that gave us in that game Next Level in game 1, but it's not a cancel for it. Lets you heal through Fiend's Grip, I guess, but it's not a cancel for Bane. It's not like there's a lot of physical damage that you need to decrep.
You may now select your heroes. 5 seconds remaining.
No, not at all. You got Ava combo, but that's not a lot. You know, you got the occasional stun from Pangolier, but you can work between that. There is, and I'm looking at it, it's hard to itemize as well. It's not like you're going to get an Orchid on one of these heroes from Team Next Level. It's not like anyone's really Pango can get a basher eventually. Maybe Norma has a good enough lane that he gets an early orchid and does something with her, but there is not a lot that itemization against the Morphling. It's not kind of an easy out either. So Monkushi looked great in the last game on the Doom, and he has even less to worry about here in this Morphling game.
Prepare for
don't
battle.
mind me. Just a wee
Yeah, I mean, we do have some scary things, right? Tag team plus swashbuckle is a lot of damage in lane. Pango is absolutely a hero that can buy Vestal. I don't think that would be too crazy here. Now that you mention it, you know, Pango universal hero, not gonna be too upset with going for something like a Vessel. We do see that occasionally, like Vessel into Blink, something like that. But I don't like this Pugna pick, man. You already have a save with the Tusk. I really don't think it solves any of the problems that one winner thrown at him.
"30 seconds to battle."
Solve my collection.
The battle begins.
Why? 2 raises now. Can they go get a third? Shards are going to be there. He's going to get a third raise. Finds a little bit of room out. Pops the healing load, or pops the fairy fire as well. A little bit more. Last hit. That's actually giving your first blood. It's not like it used to be where you just immediately go up to max necromastery stacks, but even still, getting 3 additional damage into lane, making sure that you have those necromastery stacks early, it's going to make this lane a lot easier for UI. Oh, okay.
I won't lie. That was unexpected.
Well, he's getting traded. I think he's taking a little bit more than he's giving, and that's the power of. I really like when you see these axes that get even multiple rings of protection early, because the battle hunger, it does so. Even at level 1, it does so much. And sometimes we see, I don't know if we're gonna see it this game, but sometimes we see axes going, especially if it's a lane that can't like nuke creeps down very easily. Sometimes we'll see them go like 2, even 3 points in battle hunger early, and you just bully people out of lane. Now, with a Shadow Fiend who can just kind of raise things down, not really worth doing because it's pretty hard to go miss the CS that you need to make sure that you're fine. But, you know, sometimes we see that one. Obviously, probably not going to happen here. And this Puck taking a lot of damage from dual raise. Oh, you why? He's gonna be able to get the kill, actually. Battle Hunger, he does actually not get the kill at the end, so he's gonna go have to eat some tangos. He's got 10 stacks on stick, so It's gonna be fine, but they do kill off Axe early. The one downside, of course, is that UI did not get the kill. So no additional Necromastery stacks, sitting here at 1 stack of Lasting Presence, but also couldn't really remove the Battle Hunger either. So a little bit extra damage that he would rather not have taken, as Sweet Strong just kind of bodyguarding the wave, trying to make sure it gets dragged in just a little bit. And when it gets low, well, pop the Shadow Realm and you'll be fine. Ooh, Sweet and Strong is nope, that's a lie. Now UI has to run away. A lot of spins from Triple S. Not enough. Battle Hunger though, causing problems. Yes, I'm pretty sure it is.
Puck out.
Yeah, and another reason to another reason not to max your Battle Hunger, right? Because like, well, I don't have enough armor to make this properly worth doing. Is now gets on top of Norma on the bottom side. Munkushi just playing a little aggressive. He's fine. Doesn't really think I don't think he's gonna be able to kill Norma at this point. He's got 1 point of Swash, 2 points in Shield Crash. Is dual raise. Decent amount of damage on Squadix here, but with the power of the curveball, he's really gonna be fine. And in the mid lane, right? You talk about this a lot, about how much Tiny is a mid lane counter matchup, at least in denies, against the Puck. Well, Puck is 23 for 5. Tiny's 21 for 4.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Denied.
You get nothing.
Another one. We're gonna try, but not quite enough. And unfortunately, right, when you're going and you're right-clicking a Tiny, every time you do, you do 2 less damage. So that can be a little bit deceptive as you're thinking about diving. And obviously, the curveball is a lot of damage, but got to be careful because the curveball is going to try to land. It will miss. And by the way, Sweet and Strong is playing very aggressively here behind the tier 2 as the axe dives once again to UI. Look at this, Kasane and Sweet and Strong behind the tier 1, diving dual Razi like a madman because they know he's low and it will force rotations mid. Flacco's going to show up here as well. Sleepwalk on this Pugna, and Fernand's just has to run away for now. Dual raise, has to be careful not to get rooted, but he will. And Flacco, okay, that's really nice charge, but can they get what they need? Ethereal's going to, well, Decrep's going to keep Tusk alive for now. And actually, that's a really nice rotation. I thought at least one of Flacco and Fernand's were going to go down here, but they'll stay very low. They get the kill. They force some of this aggression to stop. And the one downside, Squadix does get the rune, so he will be able to sip on those bottle charges and bring himself right back up to where he wants to be.
Radiant.
Oh no. Doesn't matter. He's gonna go. Fernand's goes and breaks the sleepwalk, but that just means Fernand's probably dies as well. So we talked about how, like, nice job there on the first set of rotations. I mean, Fernand's surprisingly tanky here, but really should die at the end. We talked about how nice it was, that first rotation. You killed the support. You killed Sweet and Strong. You didn't die. But hanging around on like 10% HP with all of these heroes, you gotta figure that Squadix is gonna punish that, right?
Dire are scanning.
he has. Yeah, a good metric is like trying to figure out exactly how good a carry's game is. Like, what point are they at 500 GPM? Because you're not going to be there early. Creeps aren't worth as much. There aren't as many of them. He has hit 500. He has crested that mark. He's now like closer to 600 or something before 8 minutes in this game. That is insane. He is so beefy in this game as now Norma comes in on the level 6 timing. Bane should die. Can they get Tusk? He's going to be able to blink out of there for now. That's going to be fine. But they do get the Bane at the very least. Yeah, no, okay. So, especially with a regen rune, I don't think they're going to be able to get that much more done. Flacco, it's like a great, I'm going to go punch Sweden strong. But with Squadix here and the blood grenade, this is likely a dead Tusk. Leash is going to last far longer than anything he can do. So he's not going to be able to go and snowball and buy some time. And he dies, and now Tiny in the mid lane here gets sleptwalked under tower. Squadix buying time, but yeah, before you're sitting here on Witchblade, it's not like the damage is really enough to take this Tiny down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Well,
Dire's
yeah, he's trying to go, and at least Fernandes will get some of the small creep off this deck, but very aggressive here from Squadix. No Dream Coil for the next 20 seconds, but he doesn't really need it. As now Fernandes got to be very careful here. He's going to get a little bit of damage done, but it's only level 2. So Norma, though, shows up, and that's a dead puck. So Squadix will not die, but this aggression from Kasane getting punished just a tiny bit. Now you got to be careful. Of course, Fernandes is low, and Squadix is continuing to try to get some of these creeps with the illusion orb. Won't be able to get all that much, though, and or at least though.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Flacco here with you. Why?
You fought badly, died worse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
There. Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
One win. Straight to the tower, drop the ward, and see if they can find the Shadow Fiend. They're going to see him immediately here. He's trying to hide around a corner, pop the Requiem, and he will be able to get it off through the roots. So Squadix takes a ton of damage here. Now tries to fight Kasane as well. Sleepwalk doing what it can, but that is a dead. Absolutely. Dark Willow gets taken down. Fernandes find a little bit more space. Yes, they can. Very nice shards. They get 2 great rotations coming out of Team Next Level in this 3-man smoke before level 6s on both supports. Does not find anything. And by the way, extra benefit, you were talking about the supports on Team Next Level. At the very least, Tusk, because of that counter rotation, he gets his Walrus Punch. He gets to level 6, and that unlocks a lot more playmaking.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A prize!
Dire are scanning.
Fernand's here in time. Dual Rays gets the stun as well. So that's certainly a dead Bane. You'd love to get Munkushi, but even this early on, Munkushi feels like a very difficult kill. And it's why it's so important, by the way, that the Shadow Fiend is so far ahead of the game, because the game goes late enough, Munkushi's going to kill them all. That is just how this is going to work. So you got to make sure you can hit those fights early as now. Puck's going to come in on the bottom side. There's a dead Tusk here with the Witchblade. Tried to rotate, see if he could get on top of Munkushi. Not a thing. And because of that, they're not going to get this tier 1 tower. They tried, they got it down pretty low. But this rotation, killing off the Tusk, buys more time for Munkushi to just continue to farm. Got to be careful because there's so much damage. Pike away, trying to pop the Requiem. Almost gets Sweden strong, but dies anyways. And it's important to note, you know, again, we talk about how far ahead he is in this game, and he's about 2,000 net worth ahead of the Morphling. He also had 25 stacks. Now he's lost about 10 damage every right click because he's got level 1 Requiem, and that would have only gotten worse. It is so important to reset him back to 20 to prevent that massive snowball that a Shadow Fiend can find.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke. Yeah, Sweden strong as well. Blink Blade Mail is done for this axe. Is everyone getting set up around the mid-tier 1? Not going to find anything just yet. Flacco playing bodyguard, breaking the smoke. It's going to be a Blink Blade Mail. That's fine, but that is not the target you're looking for. You talk about the decrep, keeping him alive for now. Dual Rays comes in, lots of damage. The Fiend's Grip not allowed to get enough here, and that's going to be a dead Bane. He does get a Nightmare off in time, so the Shadow Fiend not quite able to fight as much as he would like, but still 2 supports are dead. Mid-tower falls, and that is also 2 stacks of Lasting Presence. So Yawai is again one of these heroes.
Yeah.
We're looking at that's minus. That's all minus a lot of armor. is the story. Wait.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He is. Squadix here as well. Looks for the Terrorize a little bit late, or a little bit early in Squadix. Okay. Gets the Scout Seas. Yawai is about 50% HP. Roche is about halfway done. That should be enough. Yeah, that's going to be enough to scare them off. Everyone's back up to full. Everyone's respawn on the side of 1 win. They have that puck. They have so much fight around this Roche pit with the axe, with the puck, with the Terrorize there on the Dark Willow that it's not worth forcing. That's a good way to throw a game. So Yawai TP's bottom. He's about 700 gold from his BKB, and that is when he really is going to be happy.
Under attack.
Nice call there, finding him on the north side.
top tower is under
Makushi's big, man. He's not as big as the SF yet, but we talked about it. He has no answers this game. And if you just find someone, blade mail call, plus this morphling, and there's nothing you can do. There's way too much control follow-up as well. So pressure on the bottom side of the map, pushing the waves into the tier 2, but well, one man got the tier 2 top. They killed off the Pangolier, and now smoke from next level in the mid lane. A lot of
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Surprisingly so. Squadix now going to find his way out as Flacco does have his smoke broken. 4 seconds too until the Pangolier, but Aegis is going to be there right now. Munkushi a little bit trapped in the pit, but he just TP's out, and they don't find anything. This was meant to be next level's Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Man, I'm kind of worried as well. We talk about the Shadow Fiend, how far ahead he is in this game, but it's only 20 minutes in, and it already feels that he's just not far enough ahead. He's getting a Shadow Blade next, which is what he did last game, but we're within scratching distance. We're like 3,000-ish gold away, call it 5 minutes away from the butterfly from Munkushi. That's the time that that the Aegis pretty much gives him. And then you're just going to have this Morphling fighting against UI. UI can't hit the Morphling well enough, and Morphling is just going to be able to click him down. So going into this Shadow Blade, which I understand why. It's like, oh, I have this ability to go hit Requiems from invisibility and lock down the puck, and we got those kills. He's just not going to be able to win the man fight, and it's not like there's anyone else on the side of next level that can do it for him.
Invisibility.
Got it.
God, I love money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, we do have, like, Ags is done on the Pangolier, so that's a lot of ability to remove a lot of mana from Munkushi. It's like it's not like the Morphling counter where you just go and EMP the Morph once he goes in. It's like, okay, I can't shift anymore. But it does give you some tools there. It is a lot of damage that the Ags will have, but I'm with you kind of in a similar way, as this is going to be actually a living Pugna. Thought he was going to go down. Triple S a little bit slow on the blink. But I do question, I think, some of the itemization here of next level. We talked about the Shadow Blade versus like an MKB or something on the Shadow Fiend. Norma going the cookie cutter Diffu Ags build instead of getting some level of anti-healing is also, I think, slowing them down, because this was a draft, I think, that has room to play the game, but it had to be very fast. I'm not like all tier 2s down, all towers down by 20 minutes or something, because the way this game, I mean, we're talking about this game goes later. It's an uncountered Morphling, and I mean, I know you've seen this, I've seen this too. Morphlings down, if it's a free Morphling game, doesn't matter what the net worth lead is, it's still a problem. UI. Okay, so Triple S finds the Pugna. That's a lot of damage. We'll be able to nuke him down, but they get the bait on the backside. That's something. Monkushi, though, has to be careful. UI is used up for now, and Squadix on the backside continues to take these supports. Takes the Tiny down as well. Monkushi, now he's got the great morph. He's got so much control with this Tiny, and it's going to be another dead hero. UI, he is invis, but he's dusted up here, terrorized as well, and that has to be a defensive BKB. That's the 9-second BKB, and he gets nothing for it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Presumably a pity.
Radiant are scanning.
Now, it's the same problem with the puck that it is with the Morphling. The same concepts that make this almost a free Morphling game are the same reasons why puck is really good. There's just a really disturbing. You have some disables. It's not like a totally zero stun draft. As Kasane setting up here. We have no one around, so it looks like he's not going to try for it. But yeah, just no control. Very limited control on this puck. The best you can get is a really good Requiem and maybe something to follow up. But then you're just committing on one of them. Hey, there we go. Okay, they're going to find Kasane here right outside the tier 2, and Tiny tries to bots in, but ends up canceling because Bane is already dead. You can do that. You can find these pickoffs on the supports. But these team fights, kind of same story as game number 1. These team fights where there's a little bit more chaos, very difficult as they're going to find, okay, that's a Willow. That's a second kill right on the tier 2 high ground. And Pugna does give you a lot of tower push, so your Y continues to just wail away at this, forces the fort. That's like 70% of the tier 3 done. You have that going for yourself. You can still make that happen. But Bane's back up again. So Triple S is running forward. Can he find much of anything? Puck's going to show up as well, but they're not going to be able to find Ferdinand for now. Yawai channels the Requiem, but doesn't quite get the kill. And Norma finds his way in once again, gets on top of Monkushi, but it's not going to be enough. Now he's trapped away just a little bit, not getting the roll up that he wants, and that should be, just TP out of there. You can't get the kills with the roll up, or with the Rolling Thunder, so you just run away. Trying to buy time. Does have time for the snowball, actually, because he intentionally breaks the coil. But no. Nice try, but there we go. Feeding the axe. That's what's important.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Squadix under vision. Norma's gonna see him, though, probably the worst thing ever. TP's away. He gets called dead. At the very least, Yawai's not gonna get caught in that as well, but man, Norma's showing right there. Told Puck that something was happening, so he just jumps and breaks the play open, and it brings the axe over. Ideally, you want Yawai to be the one that shows up there first, just pops the Requiem, kills off the Puck. Like that. That's how that works. As it stands, the play gets blown open. It's a dead Pangolier for 30. And you have to make these plays, I think, if you're next level. You have to find the pickoffs. All right, so we do have one bit of anti-healing on the field finally for this Morphling. Ginny Pollen Bag has been taken by the Pangolier. So talk about Pangolier, he's just gonna get jumped. A nice save on the Decrep for now, but the stuns continue to layer in. He's got it. He's right. No, he's dead. Fiend's Grip is going to take him down. Another coat of blood stack. Getting that pollen bag is 30% regeneration loss. Does 12% max HP. Like, it is pretty impactful to get it on top of this axe, on top of the Morphling. But you got to stay alive is the problem, and they find him out before he can do anything. But that's going to be a call on top of this Shadow Fiend. But yeah, no Blade Mail until right now. He's going to get one more shot, two more shots, gets rid of the Battle Hunger. But Yuan now solo trying to heal up. Squadex barely stays alive there. They do trade. This is 84 seconds on the deck for the Shadow Fiend, lacking all of those bonus souls as well. And by the way, he's going back for the Silver Edge. I mean, there's nothing to break. I guess you break the axe, but other than that, a satanic, you know, something that gives you more HP that lets you stand tall in these fights feels far more useful than just like an extra, what is it, 20 damage, 40 damage, I guess, on the Silver Edge.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, he's playing great in both. The amount of RPs he got, or at least good RPs that he got in game one, was exactly what he needed to do. He's getting so many setups here with a Willow in game two, and Triple S, who didn't really have the best game for himself at the start of the lane. I mean, he was laning into a really difficult laning state. He's sitting here above both the Tiny and the Pangolier. He's got BKB, he's got Blade Mail, he's got himself actually going into a 4-staff after this. Often you'll see that against, like, you know, a Lifestealer or something, an Ursa, where you want to go get the call, but you don't really want to get hit by it. So you're going to 4-staff yourself on out of there. I'm not totally sure why you want to 4-staff in this game as Axe.
Dire are scanning.
Illusion!
Yeah, so Dream Call is going to go down, and this is a... You got detection, and nothing's going to keep you safe. It's going to be a dead Fernandes. No, they're going to find the Shadow Fiend. Yule set up, pops the BKB, but there's the Fiend's Grip for now. Flacco trying to get set up for the save, runs him in. Wait, Requiem, a really good opportunity right now, but he's getting feared away by the Terrorize. BKB doesn't last long enough. He's dead. That was almost very nice here for the Shadow Fiend, but the BKB, one more second, he's going to do fine. Now Norman's going to get caught out as well, dunked down here, and Munkushi is just a better Shadow Fiend. He's got himself 2 stacks of lasting presence as well, and the high ground, it awaits.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, buyback on the Pangolier. They will not, in fact, give this up without at least the Pango buyback, but that's not stopping Makushi. He knows that he is untouchable in this game. The scariest thing possible is that 30 seconds when Haggis is done, and maybe they get him once. But that is a strong maybe. Squadex goes in, breaks some blinks, gets himself back out of there. Second set of racks down, and yeah, sure, Aegis is now down in about 10 seconds, but I mean, Rojo, we've been saying this for the last 20 minutes. I don't know how you stop this, man. You don't need an Aegis to put it. You just go high ground anyways. I mean, I don't, even with the concept of throwing on high ground, he's unkillable.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh. Okay, so Fernand's barely stayed alive. Makushi saw him. Makushi dove at him, but didn't quite have the engagement range. So not quite that bad. Morphling, by the way, very close to his next item. His Triple S is going to find Flacco. Force staffs him in to make sure he gets that kill, and goodbye. There we go. So Flacco's going to fall down. We do have that smoke out from the Tiny, from the Pangolier once again. Is they're hoping that maybe someone oversteps themselves with Puck in the mid lane, Darkwill the top. Maybe they can go and get a kill off someone. At this point, this is a Morphling that, look, if you go and you get a Shadow Blade Requiem on top of this Morphling and you catch him when he's mostly agi, he will still die. Because he's soloing now the Tormentor on the bottom side, so that's going to be a shard for Kasane. But there are some Hail Mary plays that do get you this Morphling, but the way they're playing, that's just not going to happen. As now, Dream Coil. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. And okay, you know, at the very least, unlucky, you drop the Bramble Maze and the Terrorize, which means you're not going to break the Dream Coil. Instead, you get stuck in a bunch of Brambles. So not quite as much damage as you would have otherwise liked. It was fine, though, with Fernand's healing him up behind. Your Y stays alive. That is a Dream Coil cooldown down. But 24k net worth. I struggle to find some opportunity where they can take advantage of those cooldowns. I feel like you look at this Tiny's inventory, by the way. This is a Reddit post. This is guess the hero. It's like halfway to it, you got a Veil, you got Yules, you got Blink, Bots, BKB. I don't know. I feel like it would take a decent amount of guesses to figure out that, to understand that this is a Tiny.
Radiant are scanning.
As they're going to find on top of the Tiny pretty quickly. He takes a surprisingly large amount of damage. Now Blink in, tries to get on top of Squadex. Not going to happen. Dual Raise gets forced staffed away here. Squadex gets the kill immediately. Fiend's Grip on top of this Tiny. He's melting. And Yawai not able to stand and deliver. Trying now on top of Makushi, but he's taking like no damage. And now Squadex goes in once again, kills off the Tiny. Rolling Thunder just about done. And the call now on top of Fernandes draws our Pugna forward. Yeah, Norma moves in a little bit more, but it's going to get slept up. This is not what you need. Damage on Squadex is good. If they can get get him. That would be very nice. Okay, blink on the backside. Good call, though. Triple S buys the space UI now. So very low, he's dead. 95 seconds on the deck, unless they want to buy back. But I'm not sure what a buyback does. You gotta. Fernand's dead at the end. This is, when you're running into a game like this, a Morphling game like this, when they're uncontested, it's so annoying. They're just running at you, blinking on top of you, doing damage, blinking back. There's nothing you can do except eventually slowly die. And that's not how you win a game of Dota. Dilray is now going to get found out here. Decent amount of... Yeah, okay, Magusa. Nah, he's dead. He's going to get taken down. That's the buyback. GG disconnects. This is a...
One win. Victory.
You go, you give a puck and a Morphling with not enough lockdown. Not